Hello, everyone. Welcome to today. Sorry, I'm a couple of minutes late. Just came back from dropping the kids off. Today we have a very interesting trial day. Um, let me make sure that I am all good. I have a guest that wants to stop by, so I got to send him the link. But how's everybody feeling this morning? Nate and Gray. Okay. Nate forgot to set up an alarm. No, I'm here. I'm here. I just finished dropping off the kids at school, and I wanted to get back. So I'm like running through the door, like, oh my god, it's 45. Woo! Today's going to be an interesting day, people. Today is going to be an interesting day. John, I am sending you the link, so John should have the link to get up in here. I got my another attorney coming in, so he has it. Hey, everybody's here. What's going on? Nate, late irate, just can't. Whatever. So we get to watch this thing today. I don't expect there to be too many people here because everyone else is live streaming it. I just, unless you were doing this from the beginning, you don't really have too many people who are going to go be jumping, changing. Because I was even watching Legal Bites this morning, and Nick, and then I was checked out Emily. So I've been looking at everybody, and it's fantastic. And we'll go around to some of the various channels and check out what they're doing, especially doing the break and say. So let me just set up what's going on today. So today, Johnny Depp is supposed to be recalled to the stand by Amber Heard's team, um, which let's just call it what it is. It's a disaster. I don't know why they're recalling him. I don't know what the hell their mental state is to do such a thing, but who knows? Who knows? Recalling Depp is a risk. What's going on, Jameson? This is Muffin Country. Cindy, what's going on? What's going on? You know, while we have some time, let's check this out. Last night, I'm doing like all this research about this case, right? So I want to play you guys this clip I have. It's fascinating because we all kind of heard about the arrest. For those of you who don't know, Amber Heard was arrested for DV, and she spent the night in jail, which I think a lot of people don't realize. So I want to play you a quick news clip of that incident and what they're saying. It's when I found it, I was like, oh wow, this is crazy. But yeah, she was caught. Let me share this screen so you guys can see it. Well, 1 second. All right. So here is the story. They're gonna be playing some music here, but I don't care. We're gonna listen. We're gonna hear. So I'm playing you this so you guys. Now the jury does not know any of this. The jury's not seeing any of this. So this is just something you guys are going to see. This is Amber Heard's arrest for misdemeanor domestic violence. So just we're gonna hear listen like the first couple of minutes here so you guys can hear the setup. Check this out.
ET can confirm Amber Heard was arrested and booked for misdemeanor violence in 2009. According to TMZ, Amber allegedly grabbed and struck her ex-girlfriend, Tasia Van Ree, in an airport in Seattle nearly 7 years ago. This news comes one day after Amber's friend, Io Tillett Wright, rushed to her defense on Twitter.
Now remember, Io was the one that testified in the trial against Johnny. So now at first I was like, okay, that's just e-news, right? You know, ET, it's good, but I started saying, well, what about let's talk about was anybody else covering it? Because that was just the only one. So I found this from TMZ. TMZ actually covered it when it first happened too. So let me show you the TMZ coverage, which is crazy. Hold on. Here we go. So now listen to TMZ and how TMZ said it was covered up. The Amber Heard thing was covered up. Listen to TMZ. Check this out. Let me bring up TMZ. Here we go. So this is TMZ reporting on the arrest. Remember, the jury doesn't know any of the details of the arrest because they don't even know she was arrested. So check this out.
Completely buried.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Obviously, when you're talking about what happened with Johnny and her allegations, Amber had a domestic partner in 2009 where they were at some point together in the Seattle airport in 2009. And Amber was arrested for domestic violence. And what happened, we're told, is that they got in some kind of argument and Amber struck her girlfriend.
Grabbed her by the arm and struck her, at least allegedly, and the girlfriend got pissed off. Amber got arrested, taken to the police station, her mugshot taken. She was booked. She ended up in court. Now, they dismissed it, and the prosecutor said, look, both of them live in Los Angeles, and this is Seattle, so we're going to just dismiss this thing. It was misdemeanor criminal battery, domestic violence, misdemeanor assault. But the prosecutor said, look, we'll let you go back down to L.A., but we're going to keep this case open for 2 years.
So that is the full story. Oh, my man John is here. Hey, what's up, John?
How's it going? How are you?
Hey, good. So I'm playing the news coverage because I know a lot of people have not heard the news coverage. So now you see the news coverage of Amber Heard's domestic violence arrest. She was at an airport. It was in front of everybody. The what's it called? What is it called? The police took a report. The whole thing, right? So she has a horrible history of domestic violence. And it's crazy because, again, the jury, you're hearing this, but the jury's not hearing this. What's going on, John? I'm sorry. I brought you in the middle of a hot topic. How you doing today?
No, you're good. I'm doing well. Yeah, just a rainy day in Georgia. But no, it's interesting because I'm sort of surprised that they didn't try to bring it in. I that's what I thought they were going to try and do with the Kate Moss thing. But I guess, the judge kind of put the kibosh on that. Yeah, otherwise, I would have given it a shot.
Yeah, there is no way this is not highly relevant, right? This is extremely relevant, especially to what we're talking about now, right? It's not like it's even close, It's
and that's sort of the thing is that if you're talking about Johnny's past bad actions, then why doesn't hers come in? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I don't understand it either. I just don't understand it. Just so everyone knows, we are going to be going to the trial in a couple of seconds. Let me just share the screen so you can see we are live watching it. Me and John. We're probably not going to be going a whole day. I just want to see Johnny. I just want to see Johnny take the stand again. What do you think is going to happen today? All right, because Johnny is going back on the stand. And Amber's case in chief. What do you think is up with this?
So I think that there are two ideas that they could be going with. One is that they want to try and rattle him somehow, and I think I mentioned yesterday, maybe with the Whitney thing, maybe there are some other things that they want to talk about. The other aspect would be if they're going to try and link him to Waldman, but I think that's going to be exactly what happened in the deposition, where they're just going to object constantly, and Elaine's going to get frustrated, or whoever. I would hope Rottenborn's the one doing the examination, not Elaine, but who knows at this stage of the game? Because I think Rottenborn at least is a decent attorney.
Yeah, I think Elaine just is overmatched. I don't know what it is, but she's just horrible. I feel sorry saying that. Just I'm watching it. She's just horrible. Go ahead.
No, I think that she just genuinely believes in her case. I think she believes her case is much stronger than it actually is. And just on the technical points, she seems to. It seems like it's been a while since she's been in a courtroom. Honestly, maybe that's just the nature of the beast at this point, because she does run the firm, and maybe it's just been a while since she's been in a live trial.
That's true, especially when you're running the firm, right? Maybe. Well, she's a civil attorney too, so that just might just be the case. I don't know. It's just so weird. 2012 Jameson 499 says they could not get the information from their witnesses, so they have to call JD back. Yes. It was also a homophobic lesbian cop that arrested Amber Heard. No, Jameson. I gotta correct the record here, Jameson. No, this is what Amber Heard's team put out. We're gonna come back to that because the cop who arrested her was a lesbian. Matter of fact, she was an LGBTQ activist. So Jameson, she was not homophobic. She was an activist. Hey, if you want to check it out, I have the clip. I know who the cop is. I'll show it to you right now. Go ahead.
I think that might have been a little bit tongue in cheek from him.
Oh, yeah, I know Jameson. Jameson's messed up, but you know what? People are probably in the chat like, what? It's homophobic. Let me show you guys exactly what he's talking about, because that was so. Amber said when they did this, they called it they called her the cop homophobic, but here is, let me see if I'm gonna switch this out so you guys can see before they start. They're about to start in 2 minutes. Let's go to the TMZ report.
Johnny looks like he's in good spirits.
So let me see if I get the cop. Hold on. Come on. I just want to get the TMZ report with the cop, because they said they were saying the cop was homophobic, and the cop was like, I'm not homophobic. I'm actually an activist. Here. All right, so here it is. I'm sharing it real quick. This is the police. So this is the police department responding to Amber's claims that this was that she was LGBTQ. Trial's not starting yet, so we get to watch this. All right, so check this out. So here's TMZ.
They didn't say anything, but one thing we department for comment,
the homophobic cop that's it's crazy, but it's crazy because her lies are so easy. Like, I've never seen somebody make so many lies that are so easy to show are lies. Like how easy is this to show that this was a lie? This is not even hard stuff, right? It's like, it's an obvious lie. So
no, absolutely, but that's the theme with her, is that it, and it's weird because she lies on the petty stuff as much as anything.
Oh yeah. Let me knock down these 6 super chats before we get started with the trial. Now, listen, I do want to give this. I do want to give this super chat. I'm going to try to read as many super chats as possible. Now, obviously, we I triage super chats. So, if somebody gives me $100 super chat, I'm probably going to read that first. I just want to make it very clear to everybody, how I'm going to be to handle super chats. I'm going to try to read them all. And I'm extremely grateful for everybody bringing in. Like, I'll $2. It doesn't matter what the amount is. But sometimes I might not be able to get to them. If that happens, if you I'll try to display all of them. But if I can't get to them, I can't read them, don't feel, hopefully you won't feel upset or angry. I appreciate you giving them in, but I'll try to get to them all. But if I can't, hopefully you guys will be able to forgive me. But I will display them on the screen, or I'll attempt to display each one of them on screen. So even if you do give something, it will be displayed, and hopefully we'll be able to talk about it. So let me read the super chats that have come in. And again, I want to thank you guys for bringing them in. The trial hasn't started as of yet, so let me put this back on the screen so we can see. We're still waiting for everybody to come on in. First super chat is, they could not get the information from the witness. So this was about the JD. We answered that one. Thank you, Jameson. Jameson again for $2. They did slip it in, but it was not highlighted. That's true. We're talking about the DV arrest. Jury and judges coming in. Classic Ricky said, is she sick in the head? Well, she's sick in the bed.
We have some exhibits to hand out. That would be fantastic. That would make Jamie's day.
Was it something misheard? Well, she shit in the bed. Was it something misheard? I like that. Or something missaid. Classic. That's nice.
Lovely
like
poem.
So let me read it so it can be read as the poem. Is she sick in the head?
All right, we ready for the jury
then? She shit in the bed. Okay. Was it something misheard or something missaid? Nice. I love it. Mo says, what up in the weird short hair thing she does? I do not know. What up with the weird? I just don't know. Just because. Confused. Why does why does Amber Heard justify $100,000 max salary, $2 million, no big projects, just double JD's claim? How do civil claims work? Thanks. You can claim however much you want. You can say I want $1 billion, but then at trial you got to prove damages. So that's. I
think in the paper she literally said it's just because it's double what he's asking for.
Yeah, I think that's essentially what it is. You finally got the joke. You didn't mention it. I did mention it, and it was a good joke. John got it, and John set me straight. Like, yo, Nate, that's a joke. Oh, okay.
Good morning,
So
ladies and
Jameson,
gentlemen.
I got it late.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor,
And okay,
Amber
I
calls
forgive
Dr.
you. Thank
Richard
you.
Moore.
Thank you so
All
much.
right, Dr. Moore.
So let's not forget, people, where we're at. They only have 8 hours. 8 hours. So let's see what they do with their 8 hours.
Testify truthfully in this case and the penalty of law.
They gotta rest today. They have to rest today. And this guy can't give no more than, we can't be up here for no more than an hour.
All right, yes, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your full name?
Richard Salter Moore, Jr.,
Where do you work?
Emerge Ortho in Wilmington, North Carolina.
And what is your position there?
I'm a shareholder physician, orthopedic surgeon, practicing hand, upper extremity, microvascular surgery.
For how many years have you been an orthopedic surgeon?
So I completed my fellowship in 1997. So for 25 years.
And I believe that you mentioned this, but tell the jury what area of orthopedic surgery in which you specialize.
So I'm I'm orthopedic surgeon. I finished medical school, went to a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency. At the completion of my residency, I wanted to specialize in hand surgery. So I did an additional year of training specifically in hand and upper extremity surgery before starting practice in my first year as an attending.
Where are you currently licensed?
North Carolina.
For how long have you been licensed?
Since 1991 or 6. I think it was 1996 when I was licensed in North Carolina.
Okay. Beginning with your undergraduate studies, Dr. Moore, could you please tell the jury a bit about your educational background? I know you mentioned a little bit of it just now.
So I attended University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, graduated in 1987 with a BS in biology. I went on to medical school at UNC and I graduated in 1991. I then went to the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, did a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency there. And in 1996, I went to Duke University Medical Center and did a year fellowship in hand, upper extremity, and microvascular surgery.
So you are highly qualified.
On completion of my fellowship, I was invited to join the faculty, and my role was hand and trauma. And so I went to Los Angeles for about 6 months for a preceptorship in pelvic trauma.
Sure, but
And then went back to Duke and practiced as a director of the orthopedic trauma service and a member of the hand, upper extremity, and microvascular reconstruction team until 2000 when I relocated to North Carolina, to Wilmington.
Why did
And you maintained an active clinical practice since.
The only thing I could think of is
2000.
Johnny Depp's hands, but how does that help them?
And before that,
They
when you
need
were at Duke,
anything.
correct?
Yes.
Just very briefly, can you tell the jury what is
I don't
a
believe so.
residency?
It's a question.
Residency is largely an apprenticeship. So when you finish medical school, you have a MD medical degree, but you really can't practice medicine, and you take a tract of internal medicine or pediatrics or OBGYN or orthopedics, and then it's a graduated training program anywhere from 3 to 5 or 6 years.
And what's a fellowship?
And a fellowship is a year beyond training. When I completed my residency, had I chose to, I could have practiced as a general orthopedic surgeon, but I wanted to subspecialize, and therefore that required an additional year of training.
And I believe you mentioned this, but your subspecialization was in the hand. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why did you choose to specialize in the hand?
Patient population, the types of problems we treat, the anatomy is really the biggest reason I chose it. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's really pretty beautiful anatomy.
And let's talk about that anatomy. There's bones in the hand, right?
Correct.
And then there's tissue and blood vessels, right?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead and answer that.
Yep, that's correct.
And what is the surgery called where you operate on tissues and blood vessels in the hand?
Well, that would be hand surgery. I mean, there are different components of it. There's trauma where we do repairs of tendons or blood vessels. There's a microvascular element where we repair injured nerves. In my practice at Duke, I was on the replant team, and so we would do replantations when digits were cut off. We would try to reattach the bones and tendons and nerves and vessels to reattach the digits, and hopefully I'm survive.
And have you performed surgeries of that nature?
Yes.
When you perform surgeries of that nature, what assessment do you make of the cause of those injuries?
So cause is a big element. It's an important element to appreciate because it can impact management in a lot of those settings. You know, there's a difference between a laceration caused by a razor blade and a laceration caused by, say, a serrated knife. There's a larger zone of injury. So what we anticipate having to manage is based on how the injury was created. There's also other elements, contamination. You know, farmyard injuries are totally different than clean injuries, and kitchen injuries with raw chicken are totally different than some other settings. And so it does play a large role in management.
After your fellowship at Duke University, I believe you mentioned you had another role at Duke for a few years. Is that right? Can you tell the jury about that?
So I did my fellowship and I joined the faculty as an assistant professor. And so I was in charge of teaching residents and fellows. I was the director of the orthopedic trauma service, and I was on the hand call team in addition.
Have you had academic appointments at any universities other than Duke?
I have a adjunct assistant professor appointment at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which has affiliated training programs in the center where I practice now.
Have you held any leadership positions in your field?
I've been an officer and the past president of the North Carolina Society of Surgeons of the Hand, the Duke Hand Club or Society now.
So is this guy going to testify Johnny cut his own finger off?
That's the only thing I can think of.
I'm a member of the American Society of Surgery of the Hand, of the Orthopedic Trauma Association, of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgery, and of the American Orthopedic Association, the AOA.
Are the majority of your surgeries hand surgeries?
You're using a lot of time to get there.
How many hand surgeries,
a big foundation.
ballpark, would you say you've performed in your career?
Over 25 years, thousands.
Have you seen finger injuries similar to the one sustained by Mr. Depp in Australia?
Yes.
And have you evaluated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you treated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you operated on fingers that looked like that?
Yes.
How many times? Ballpark.
Hundreds, if not more.
What does it mean to be board certified in your field?
So board certification is a process that you pursue after you complete training. So at the time, there have been some changes, but at the time that I finished my training, after residency, we took a written examination. And if you passed the written examination, you had to practice for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, you submitted a list of cases over 6 months to the board, and they picked 12 cases, and then you gathered up 10 and went to Chicago and had an oral examination based on those cases. And if you passed the oral examination, then you were board certified.
And your board certification is in what?
Orthopedic surgery.
What is a certificate of added qualification?
So in the event that you elect to do a fellowship and subspecialize, hand surgery is one of the specialties that you can apply for a certificate of added qualification. And so once I was board certified, I practiced for an additional year or two, had to resubmit a list of cases and take a written examination to become certified in hand surgery.
So this guy is well qualified. We know it. You know this guy is super qualified.
Do you teach other surgeons how to do hand surgery?
Occasionally, on occasion, yes.
When was the last time you did so?
Day before yesterday.
Tell the jury about that.
I was over the weekend. I went to Miami to serve as faculty for a course, bioskills course we call it, on shoulder and wrist surgery. And
So we all know what's going on. He's
surgeons
laying
come in and we have
foundation, laying
case
foundation.
presentations and panels, and
He's
then
explaining
they
how
had
he's about to come
cadaver
to some
lab, and
conclusion.
we were able to
And we've got to trust his
allow
conclusion
them to
because of all
perform the
his
surgery in cadavers to become familiar with the equipment.
experience. So that's what he's telling us now.
Have you published in your field
I have.
in peer-reviewed literature?
Published.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time,
He's an
we'd like to
expert.
offer Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery
There
and
it is.
specifically hand surgery and injuries to the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved.
He's an expert
sir.
now. So now they can
Dr. Moore,
ask him as his opinion
Now
and
we
stuff.
get to talk about this case. At our request, what have you reviewed? Just general categories of information have you reviewed at our request in this case?
So a tremendous amount of material.
Okay.
I reviewed the video deposition and trial testimony of Mr. Depp regarding the injury, the medical records from Australia,
I
the
just don't
photographs
know.
of the
I don't
injury
know.
from Australia and Los Angeles, texts and emails, the deposition of Dr. Kipper, and I'm
I
sure
know.
there's more.
There's a lot of TikTok here.
And when you reviewed the deposition of Mr. Depp, was that just in paper form?
It was a video deposition.
And so what did you review of that deposition?
The section where he describes the injury.
And did you see a video of him describing it?
I did.
And you watched the testimony from this trial of him describing it?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some texts as well. What are those?
There were communications amongst Mr. Depp and his physician and others.
And what did you specifically review in those texts relating to the finger injury?
Well, with relation to the finger, there was a text where he had stated he cut his finger off.
Okay. So now is the doctor going to say?
Now, Dr.
the
Moore,
doctor
I'm going
gonna
to
say he
ask you
cut his
some
own finger
questions
off? Let's
about
hear that.
this case regarding the opinions that you formed relating to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Okay. Here we go.
When I ask you those questions, do you agree to answer my questions to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And do you agree to advise the jury and the court if you are not answering any of them to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
So we're gonna have
Yes.
some bombs hit drop now. He's gonna have some bomb.
Dr.
questions.
Moore, based on
Let's
your
hear it.
analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him?
No.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
No. Yep. You can.
I'm
answer that
sorry.
question.
No.
We said no.
And what is the basis for that opinion?
Well, the medical data is inconclusive. It's not consistent with what we see in the described injury pattern or in the clinical photographs. And there are several elements.
What?
There's
He
the
just said it's
description was
inconclusive.
of the hand being flat on a bar
Right.
and the bottle crushing the finger from the top.
Okay.
But looking at the images, there's really no significant injury to the dorsum of the finger, and to create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
Why?
Can I stop you there and just
Sure.
just break
Yeah.
down a few things?
All right.
You said the hand resting flat on the bar. Can you show the jury what direction the hand was resting based on the documents you've reviewed?
I think that the
No.
demonstration was with the hand flat.
No,
Like
his hand
this.
wasn't flat.
No, his hand was curled over the.
Yeah, it was
corner
curled
of
over
bar.
the corner of
Maybe
the
even
bar.
curled over the edge of the bar like
There it
this.
is. Yeah, there it is.
Which
There
side
you go.
was facing upward? Which side of the hand?
The back of the hand, or we call it the dorsal surface of the hand, was up.
And the
Sorry, if
tip
you could
of the
get closer to the microphone,
Oh,
I just appreciate
sorry.
it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you referred to the back of the hand as the dorsal side of the hand. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Sort of like the dorsal fin on a shark.
dolphin.
Correct.
Fair.
Look at
And
Johnny. He's like, this is
What
all
is
bullshit.
the other side of the hand called?
The palmar surface.
Palmar? Okay. So what direction was Mr. Depp's hand resting on the bar?
So the dorsal side was up, which with the descripted mechanism of injury or the injury, the bottle would have struck the top of the finger at the fingernail.
And you also mentioned a term that I'd like you to explain to the jury, crush
Why?
injury, please.
So with review of the images and the x-rays, I mean,
wouldn't have been a
this was a
crush
crush injury. that would generate the findings clinically on X-ray that we saw. The fracture is a we call it comminuted, and the tip of the finger is in multiple splinters, so there are multiple fragments, and typically you see that with a crush type injury.
So a comminuted fracture is one where there's multiple fragments of bone.
That sounds consistent with the bottle.
And the bottle breaks and the glass cuts.
What was the basis other than what you've read and heard, but from the pictures, what was the basis of your opinion that the hand was resting palmar side down?
Well, that was the way the injury was described and demonstrated in the videos. And so in that position where the bottle to strike the finger the way it was described, it would have struck on the nail.
No, it would have struck. It could have struck the knuckle too.
Right.
And
the first knuckle.
The nail was really not injured, and so that's not consistent with that.
This guy's an idiot. Like, what are you talking about? Nobody ever said he struck the nail. It struck his finger.
Exhibit DX369, page 26. Your Honor, this is admitted. Ask for permission to publish.
Let's see what this guy's saying. It just doesn't make any sense. All right, so I'm looking at the
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Moore, is this one of the images that you reviewed?
Yes.
Tell us in relation to your expert opinion on the cause of Mr. Depp's injury. Tell us what you see in this picture, please.
So this is it looks like an avulsion type injury where tissue's actually pulled or pinched away. I think what's important in this picture is that the tissue loss is on the palmar aspect from underneath the finger rather than all transversely in the finger, which you would anticipate if the bottle struck the finger. You would expect more of this level of injury rather than isolated to the palmar aspect.
And what do you notice about the condition of the fingernail in this picture?
So from this image, the fingernail appears to be intact. You can't necessarily see the entire nail, but there are other images that have a better
so doesn't that mean the bottle didn't hit the fingernail? It could have hit right above the fingernail?
There's no subungual hematoma beneath it, or there's no bruise underneath it. Anyone that's ever stuck their finger in a drawer or caught it in a car door or hit it with a hammer knows that almost immediately there's typically bleeding underneath the nail, which creates this hematoma.
So, not being a doctor,
but nobody ever said
try to summarize what you just said. Are you saying that in an injury like this, if something had come from the top, that there would be an immediate impact to the fingernail bed?
That's correct.
Michelle, could you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 144? Your Honor, this has been admitted as well.
Okay, let's see this one now. Maybe he'll give us a top view.
Dr. Moore, I believe you mentioned just a few minutes ago that there were other pictures that showed more of the nail. Is this one of those pictures?
Yes.
And explain to the jury again, and I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this photo, but it's important that the jury understands the basis for your opinion that a bottle couldn't have caused this coming in from above.
Yeah, so it's again, the mechanism described would have almost certainly led to severe nail injury. You know, I see no subungual hematoma. Again, it's a palmar tissue loss.
Thank you, Miguel.
And the loss is from distal to proximal, which is from the tip back far below the nail. And so for it to create that tissue loss down there, there would almost certainly have to be injury dorsally with that described mechanism.
So what you're saying is that something coming from the top could not have left the nail intact and yet caused injury from the tip of the finger underneath the nail.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
He's an expert. They're gonna let him.
You can answer.
So I believe that with the mechanism described, that if the bottle struck the nail, there would have certainly been an injury to the nail bed, and in order for the soft tissue injury to be created by that mechanism, there would have almost certainly been tissue loss on the top of the finger as well.
I'm not understanding.
Does Mr. Depp's description of what happened line up with the undisputed photographic evidence that you've reviewed?
No.
Now, we mentioned the term crush injury a few minutes ago. I'd like to show you DX360, please.
And do you want to be showing
And, Your
the
Honor,
jury
this
these
is,
photos over and over?
We won't publish this at this time.
So close to the end of the case?
Is this a document that you reviewed in connection with your expert opinion?
This is a waste of time, though, a little bit.
Yes.
They're trying to show that he didn't do the finger injury.
Michelle,
but
if you can please go.
But
to
nobody
pages,
believes he cut his own
I believe they're
finger.
5 and 6.
No, I don't think
Your
I
Honor,
know
I'd
this.
ask for permission to publish these as a demonstrative to the
Amber
jury.
said he
Just
didn't
page
do
5
it.
and
She
six.
said it was the phone.
Sorry.
Yeah,
09 and 10.
Page
2 pages.
maybe that's where they're going. He's smashing the
Go
phone.
to
Could
10
have
also.
cut his finger off.
Plaintiff can see it. Okay. Any objection to 09?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. 09 or 10 can be.
But she said she did it. She's like, I'm so
published.
sorry, I didn't mean to. You know, so I don't
Dr.
know
Moore,
why you put this
are
doctor one,
the-
but she
what
said
are
she's
these
sorry.
pictures of?
All right.
Right.
So these are x-rays of the injured digit.
And what do you observe in these x-rays? Explain
So
to the jury what you see.
So these are two views. So one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, one in the plane looking
Is this
through the
really a
finger
Hilton
sideways.
dial?
And you can see that the tuft or the tip of the finger, the last bone in the finger called the distal phalanx is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone. And there's also a transverse fracture at that level, which runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
Okay.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen a comminuted fracture like this result from an object thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not with the constellation of findings shown on the x-rays. I mean,
So
I
he
think
has.
that
but
could
he
create a
has.
fracture, but in
So he
this
has.
setting,
Yeah, he
it
has.
wouldn't create a fracture with without the associated
He's giving them red meat for cross.
other injuries that we would anticipate.
And in your decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, what are some things that have typically caused it?
So crush mechanisms could be
Thank you so much.
slammed in a drawer, caught between two logs in the fireplace, car door, sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that squeezes the finger between two hard opposing surfaces could create this type of injury.
In the statements of Mr. Depp that you reviewed, how did he describe what happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe
Yes, of course.
he said it exploded, shattered.
If a bottle had exploded
I'm with you.
near his
It doesn't make
finger,
sense to any of us. That's what we're watching.
in the
It's
way
like-
that he
this
alleges,
is where
what
they
would you
wanna die
expect
on.
to see in the documents that you have reviewed?
Well, I think that the physicians
wasted their
did a
time.
good job of documenting the presentation, the appearance of the wound. They did not document the presence of any glass shards, and there were no other associated injuries elsewhere on the hand.
Well, that was because he went and painted
And
the whole house
I
with
just want
it,
to
right?
step back for 1
So there
minute.
wouldn't be glass
Michelle,
in
can
it.
you pull up the next page of the x-ray here?
Oh, let's see this.
Thank you.
It's really broken.
And
too. Look
Dr.
at
Moore,
that.
just
Woo.
before we move on from x-rays,
That's
can
smashed.
you, I know that this,
Yeah.
when it's blown up like this, it's a little bit blurry, but can you point out or describe to the jury where the multiple bone fragments are in the finger?
So they're in the very tip.
I can see
if
them.
you see the joint, and then there's what we call the transverse fracture, which is across the middle of the bone in the same plane as the joint, and then the multiple fragments are in the tuft.
You're right. Health Sawyer's right. Listen to what
and
Health was saying.
With a Xerox copy, the quality is not as detailed as a true X-ray.
You can take that down, please, Michelle. Thank you. So back to the glass. In the records that you reviewed,
makes sense,
Dr. Moore,
Woo-Woo.
did you see any adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
And is that observation consistent with the explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr. Depp alleges?
Well, I think in the setting of a glass explosion like that, where there's
You can't
multiple
say no.
fragments, the tip of the fingers cut off, you would anticipate that there would be other lacerations.
Did you review the documentation in the medical records from the hospital in Australia?
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
What about any glass near the site of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well,
yes, he has.
Yes, he has. Clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
You see, so he has, but he doesn't want to say he has. He wants to say, well,
have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
Yeah.
No.
He's trying to twist his words. Yeah.
And because there's been talk of a glass explosion, Dr. Moore, there's seems to have been a suggestion that somehow glass may have sliced off the end of Mr. Depp's finger. Is that what's going on here?
No, this wound doesn't really appear to be a sharp glass laceration.
You referred earlier to an avulsion.
Maybe the corner of a sharp bar
which is a term I had never heard before. Your opinion in this case. Explain to the jury what that is, please.
So often with crush injuries and we'll see tissue loss that we call an avulsion, or where the tissue's actually pinched or pulled away rather than sliced or cut. And it's not uncommon with crush injuries to see that.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen an avulsion injury with a partial amputation that results from an object thrown from the top of the finger?
No Black Thunder, you're right.
In the way that Mr. Depp describes?
No. Again, I think that the description differs from the clinical appearance on the images.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 369 at page 12?
There's a difference between...
This has been admitted, Your Honor.
There's a difference between it didn't happen that way versus it's impossible for it to happen. So he's trying to walk that line where what I've been told is it can't, but it's possible to happen, but it didn't happen that way.
Thousands of hand injuries over the course of your career, correct?
Right.
Correct.
So that's the whole point of cross.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
Is it possible? It's possible, right?
So we describe that as a...
Objection calls for speculation.
He's an expert.
The picture just changed.
Sorry, page 12, please.
Yeah, experts are allowed to speculate.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So that's a plaster splint.
Overruled the objection.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, overruled the objection, yeah.
I'm sorry, please tell the jury what that is on Mr. Depp's hand.
So that's a plaster splint. A half a cast is how I sometimes describe it to patients, and it provides stability for comfort and to protect fractures in the course of treatment.
Is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster Paris? It hardens like a cast does.
This hurts her case now
Dr.
because
Moore,
she said she was punched in the face with this hard.
Does Mr. Depp's description of how his finger became injured line up with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
What a waste of time.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I didn't line up for what you said. That doesn't help. Camille is back. Let's go,
Here we
Camille.
go.
Let's go, Camille.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
Doesn't really appear to be. Woo-hoo.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
She looks
How
like
you
a
go.
And
shark
was that
in the
also
water.
video of his testimony?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No, his description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the
That's not
on the
accurate.
edge.
So here we go.
Isn't it true, Dr. Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
Well,
Yes.
even hanging over the bar, it still
Yes.
leaves the
Yes.
dorsum of the hand or the nail
Yes.
vulnerable
That's
to
not my
Yes.
question, Dr. Moore. My question
Stop,
is,
doctor.
There you go,
isn't it
Camille.
true
Let's go.
that
Right.
Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right. That's
And
what I
in
want to
fact,
hear.
you
Yes
knew
or no?
that when you made that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that I
Yes or
as
no,
I
doctor?
demonstrated sitting here that I said that he had said they were slightly slightly curled over. I think was the description that I gave.
Dr. Shaky already.
Your description in this courtroom was that it was laying flat, and I think you've done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He clearly indicated they were curled. Or could have been curled.
Overruled.
Overruled.
So that's so that's a distinction that perhaps I misstated in one of the two descriptions. However,
chop him, Camille.
does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the mechanism.
Oh, here comes the note. We got a note.
Isn't it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
He did
Yes.
say that.
And you consider
Also
that
fits with
in
the odd
rendering your
angle
opinions
that the
today, correct?
They make sense.
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from between 6 and 10 feet. I think it was off to, I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the
Ah,
top
come
of
from
the
the
finger,
top.
but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based on the description.
Mr. Depp described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for
Camille came ready to
providing
play.
deposition testimony is $1,000 per hour?
That's
$1,000
correct.
per hour. Billing rate.
And you were deposed in this action for several hours on March 22nd, 2022?
That's correct.
And your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day.
That's correct.
Whoa.
You were retained in this
Okay.
case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct?
Correct.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert
That's a big
services
number.
for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct, yes.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
No,
That is
I have
correct. He
no
has no
personal
personal
knowledge. My
That's
my
it.
impression
That's
is based
it.
on his description of the injury and
That's it.
available
That's it.
medical
We have no
records
personal
review.
knowledge. Yep.
But you weren't in Australia
I
with
was-
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard,
I was
correct?
not in Australia. No.
And so therefore you have no,
No
personal knowledge as to how
That's
that
right.
injury was sustained.
Get him to ask the question.
Correct.
That's right,
You
ain't
also
have no
never
personal
personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured.
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with this finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or trapped between two
Thanks,
opposing
Terrence.
firm surfaces. Yes?
Yes.
And a crush injury to a finger can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
And based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger. Yes?
Well, I can't determine exactly what object.
Come
did
on,
it.
doctor.
I think that.
Come on, doctor.
I can-
Come on,
I can
doctor. Come
say
on. Come on,
with
doctor.
confidence That the
Come on, you can't
described
tell.
mechanism of
Ah,
the bottle
Doc.
hitting, shattering the finger was not
Doc,
consistent
you're a
with the
liar,
injury.
Doc.
And
My
I
Gotta
think
question
get paid,
is just
Doc.
very specific.
You're a
You can't
damn
determine
liar.
the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's
Yes, you cannot.
it's a little bit more. of
You
a-
cannot
of a
do it,
No,
doctor.
you cannot.
non-specific answer. I mean,
No.
again, I
No, you
I can't
cannot.
determine the exact object, but I can
Probability is
determine
going to
that
hell
it's
as we
unlikely
speak.
that it was sustained in the manner described.
A bottle is a foreign object, isn't it?
Yes.
So you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based on the
Well, you're
injury
right.
pattern, I can say that
Yeah, I
the
mean, that's
described
true.
mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out
Can't rule it
that a
out.
vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's injury.
Can't rule it out.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle
That's it. That's all I
caused
asked
the
you.
injury, but
That's
I
it.
can
That's
rule
it.
out
That's it.
that it was
Without it.
caused
That's it.
in the manner
That's it.
described
I
in
can't
his
rule out
testimony.
it was a vodka bottle.
You can't rule
Game
out
over.
the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But he
You
can
can't
rule it out.
Well,
So you can rule that one
a
out.
simple knife
You see, you can rule it out.
laceration wouldn't
You can't rule out
impart
the
the
bottle.
injury
It's knife.
to the distal phalanx to result in the comedy fracture. Now, a chopping type But again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal.
Yeah, he's all
injury
over the
to
place.
create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
You going to impeach the
Deposition?
expert?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were under oath, correct?
Oh,
Correct.
she's amazing.
And that was on March 22nd.
Oh, don't tell me she's going to
2022.
impeach
Yes?
the expert.
Okay. May I approach your honor?
Oh, she's going to impeach
Oh,
the
she's
expert.
going. She's going
She's
somewhere.
going to impeach the expert. Oh, my God. Camille is crazy. Camille is going to impeach
I
the
love watching
expert?
a lawyer do great work.
Oh, my God. Here we go. She's going to impeach the expert. Oh, my God.
Dr.
How the
Moore,
hell
please have
expert?
you go
Here
to
we go.
page 163 of your deposition, specifically
Oh my
line
God.
17.
All right. Let's see it. Camille is going to take
163.
out the expert? All right.
What a legend.
Actually, apologies, 164.
This is what $5,000 a day buys you, folks.
Damn, yeah,
Line
five grand a
4.
day. Here we go. Line 4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car.
Oh!
Or again,
Oh,
as
God!
Dr. Gilmer said,
Get the
I
hell
can't
off the
definitively
stand!
say what caused this
Get
injury.
that off the
Did I read
stand!
that correctly?
Sit down.
You did.
Sit down!
Your
Sit
Honor,
down!
What I would object is the
Oh,
the
of course you would
impeachment.
object.
I think if
She's
she's going to read his
destroying
answer,
my
she also
day.
needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph
No,
below.
no.
just picked out
That's
half
your
of his
job.
answer.
You
That's
can read
your
the
job.
rest.
Yeah,
That's-
as
overrule the
well as the
objection.
paragraph.
Overruled.
Dr.
That's
Moore's
your
not
job.
present
For it,
pending.
but that's your
Yep.
Thank you,
problem,
Bill.
not hers.
Yep. Shut up and sit down. Look at him. Destroyed.
So you can't
Destroyed.
rule out that the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
But it's your testimony sitting here today that you can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can
Can you rule out
the
vodka bottle?
injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his
Are you a
deposition.
biomechanics expert?
Uh-huh.
But
Yep.
you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, but
He's
again,
trying to wiggle
I
out
can't
of it.
say. I mean, I think it's
Trying to
I think
wiggle out of it.
that It's quite likely that the initial mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern. You know, the hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the edge is closed, if the hand's up, the palm is exposed. If the door's pushed,
But
Oh,
Dr.
you're
Moore,
making yourself look
about
stupid.
fingers.
I understand that. But
But
my
I-
question is,
I think it's important that they understand that.
this is the time for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability
Control
to
him.
rehabilitate you and ask
Control him.
questions on redirect.
Control him.
Right
That's right.
now,
Reel him in.
let's try my
Fish.
question.
Come on, fish.
You can't definitively
Get that
say
fish.
what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
No, you cannot.
Yes or no?
No.
In conducting your
we
analysis
go.
of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
No. No.
Well, I think
No.
the incident was
No.
No.
reconstructed. You mean did I throw a vodka bottle?
Did
or something?
you reconstruct
No,
the incident?
No, Dr. Moore. I mean,
He's
you
not
didn't
a
do any type of
biomechanics
accident
expert.
reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the
No,
alleged.
that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr. Depp's description.
And your analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact position of his finger at the time of the injury. Yes?
Which you had wrong.
Yes.
And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him. Yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
But his hand stayed still, according to your analysis. Yes?
I guess it was still
He's
long
scared
enough
to
for the bottle to hit it, but the
He's
natural
scared to answer.
reaction would be to try
He
to
doesn't
pull
know
it
where
away.
she's going next.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient. Yes?
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that person, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
Yeah. You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
In forming your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp,
What's the objection?
Okay.
She's about to blow him out the water with Kipper. See, the problem
yeah.
is that if you got another doctor who was on the scene, which Kipper was, and he treated it, Dr. Kipper could say, hey, there was a vodka bottle thrown. So now how do you do? So now he doesn't want to say that. He doesn't want to tell anything because now Kipper can kill the expert. What do you think, John? How do you think things are going?
I think that's exactly right, because the worst thing that you want is the issue of the dueling experts, which is a pain in the head. But anyway, but Kipper comes across as way more credible and likable than this guy right now.
Yeah.
And as a practical matter, I don't know what the objection is, because if he used Kipper's testimony to formulate his opinion, then it's absolutely usable.
let's start over because it's important the jury hears this. So in forming your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him?
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition available.
Huh?
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area, correct?
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area either?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Oh, wow.
Correct.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence.
You're about to hit the expert again. Damn, this guy's got a lot of problems.
This is a bloodbath.
Yeah. I think they have to, hopefully they can rehabilitate him because this is not going well.
I don't know what
And
you
it
did
may
to
be
rehabilitate at this
published,
point.
please.
I just don't have it yet.
That would help.
Yes. I just have a blank screen at the moment. There we go. Oh, start something.
Thank
There
you.
we go. Okay.
All right, here we go.
Have you ever seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
No.
So you're not aware that this is the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
No.
Do you see that broken vodka bottle in the back corner near the bottom?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Do you see the
Stop
blood drops
hitting him.
on the
He's
floor?
already dead.
Yes.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence?
This ain't even fair. This ain't even fair anymore.
Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Do you see the bloody tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops around that tissue?
Yes.
So you didn't consider any of this evidence in rendering your opinion about how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, did you?
I did not.
Bomb.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Wow.
Redirect.
Okay.
That's how you shut an expert
was-
down. He's looking like a fool.
Can you
Oh
pull
my,
up
that was one of the greatest.
Exhibit
pieces of evidence I've ever
1817
seen.
that was just shown to the witness, please?
Rottenborn, though. Let's see where Rottenborn comes
And
back.
can
with.
you
His witness has been destroyed.
Blow up that what Miss Vasquez referred to as a broken vodka bottle, Michelle, please.
Blow it up. Let's see it.
Dr. Moore, what based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of the bottle of vodka that Mr. Depp alleged cut off his finger?
The description was that it was a handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a 750 mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Yes.
And what size bottle,
that's good.
if to the extent that's even a bottle, what size does that appear to be to you?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Does that appear to be a handle?
It is.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Ooh, she's on point with the objections. So.
You can take that down. Dr. Moore, Ms. Vasquez just asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony. And she said, is that where she claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that the finger was severed from a vodka bottle. Do you remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do remember that question.
Yes, thank you. Is that consistent, that alleged account, is that consistent with the texts you reviewed between Mr. Depp and Dr. Kipper?
No.
And what did those texts say?
As I recall, Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let you finish when you were trying to explain to the jury how Mr. Depp's account of injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent with the photographs you saw. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Well, so again, we tend to try to believe patients. We hope that they come in with an honest history initially, and that's a reasonable mechanism for this to have occurred. And again, if you picture your hand up with either a closure of a hinge or a closure of a door,
rehabilitation.
the palmar surface is exposed. If it's caught in that hinge as it closes, it could be slightly off center. It would pinch that tissue away in a similar fashion. But because it's below the level of the nail bed, it could create this injury with the fracture, the tissue loss, and preserve the nail bed.
Here we go.
Can you look at page 164 of your deposition, the one that Ms. Vasquez just showed you?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor, she only...
Oh, overruled.
Thank you. Ms. Vasquez asked you a question, and then she read your answer, trying to impeach you, but she only read half of the answer. So I'm going to read the whole answer to the jury, and I'm going to ask you to tell me if I'm reading your answer right. Okay? The question is on page 164, line 4, but you can't rule it out completely, right? And you answered, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or again, as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off and didn't let you finish.
I don't think that's in the transcript. Objection.
I'll sustain that.
The rest of your answer that she didn't read to you, Dr. Moore, is the question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described by Mr. Depp and demonstrated by Mr. Depp is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description. Did I read that right?
I already said that.
And does that remain your opinion today?
Yes.
Has anything that's been presented to you on cross-examination changed any of the opinions that you hold in this case?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Moore, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you. All right,
That was a great $5 grand
All right, your next
for
witness.
30
Your Honor,
minutes of your time.
I'd like to call Dr. David Spiegel.
He's
Dr.
running off
Spiegel?
the stairs. This guy's like, get me the hell out of here before Camille come back.
All right, that's fine. Yes, sir.
And that ate up a
Goes
lot
to
of
the
their
parking lot,
time.
and Camille's there with a tire iron.
Yeah. That ate up a lot of their time too. A lot of their time is eaten up off that ball.
And it didn't move the ball anywhere.
No, because it's like he really came in saying it's inconclusive. You know, and coming in and saying it's inconclusive is not helping your client at all. It just is not. So, you know, again, Camille Vasquez is just straight up murdering them on cross-examination. That was a murderous cross.
That was
because
brilliantly done.
Yeah, because we all know, right? This doctor's getting paid to say what he's going to say, and you know, if he doesn't say the right things, he's not getting his $5,000 again. He get it for this time, they won't get it for next time. So,
Right.
we're waiting for another witness. Let me knock down some of these super chats. These are the ones that came in early. I just want to just give people their love. Cool. I found you from Legal Bites, and now you're my favorite YouTuber. I guess no, don't worry about it. This is more than enough. Thank you so much for your generous super chat. Thank you. Fun the stream. Thank you, Miguel. Thanks again. Woohoo. We looked at this one. I am thinking the bottle hit the edge of the bar. Just like you said, shattered and sliced his finger. That's what I think most of us think, but I don't even know why you put this witness on. You only got 8 hours left. This was a waste of my time. Halsey says, keep in mind, it's unlikely to cause an injury like this. It's not impossible. Words are very important here, and this is intentionally obfuscation by the defense. Yes, they're trying to just avoid the obvious, where this doctor's just trying. This is a hired gun. This doctor, and they just brought him in to say what they needed him to say. It's possible. Matter of fact, he didn't say Johnny cut his finger. He said it doesn't sound like it happened the way he said it happened, but I really don't know. That's essentially what we got here, and Camille essentially exposed that. So if the bottle broke and glass was everywhere, wouldn't the surface of the bar been a factor? Of course it would have been. That's why she said the fingertips were curled over. Why would JD lie about it? Not making sense to me. Well, again, this is their case. They only have 8 hours left, and that's why they're arguing now. Their time is so limited. It's crazy. So JD reacted by reacting to his hand without knowing where when the bottle came. I think you're saying where, but when the bottle came. Hence, it got hit in an odd way. He does not know how, because he never has seen it ever happen like I have never seen thousands other things. So I'm assuming you're saying that the doctor's saying he's never seen anything happen like this, but he doesn't. Super chat has me a little stumped, because I think I understand what you're saying. The doctor, I don't know. I got to think about this one a little bit more, because the doctor's testimony is kind of just junk to me. He's just saying what they needed him to say. Doesn't really appear to be. Yeah, doesn't really appear to be. Nate, Black Cable, the lawyer. My God, I'm so happy you are running it back on this with your candid dialogue, humor, and wit. You are the effing man, homie. Thank you so much, Terrence. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. This isn't a fair fight. Camille has him in the corner looking to knock out punch, looking for the knockout punch. I think she got it. She showed this guy was. I like you can't trust what this guy was saying. This guy's great. It's ridiculous what this guy was saying. Michael says, "Are we watching 2 streams?" No, I looked at this. No, Michael, we're watching 1 stream. It's just got a little screen. It's Camille, One Punch Man Lawyer. Thanks for the generous super chats, guys. I appreciate it. This stream is demonetized, but who cares? This is what they do. Let me see if there's any more super chats that came in. So we're waiting here. So what do you think about that cross-examination?
It's so great to watch a lawyer do good work. She was fantastic. It's one of the best impeachments of an expert I've seen. It's a great, and she was able to impeach him too. Oh, this is No Black Thunder. Sorry for the bad English. Writing on phone while making food. You for sure understand what I meant. Just me saying it that. Okay. Thank you. It's sort of interesting because I feel like they made
The doctor could be sworn.
Okay.
We got another doctor. So this is expert day.
I think they put so many eggs into the Amber's going to give a good testimony basket, because if she did, this would be a good way to put the nails in the coffin, but it just looks limp now.
So we got we got our old guy. This is bad cross guy though. Why did you have bad cross
Thank
guy
you, Your
up
Honor.
here?
Will you please tell the jury your full name and business address?
David R. Spiegel. I'm a physician. I work at 825 Fairfax Avenue in Norfolk, Virginia, as part of the Eastern Virginia Medical School.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician psychiatrist.
And where do you work? Do you work at?
Thanks.
I work at Eastern Virginia. I'm employed by Eastern Virginia Medical School, but I also work at Norfolk General Hospital, which is the teaching hospital in Norfolk.
How many years have you been practicing as a psychiatrist?
I entered residency in 1989. I graduated residency in 1993. So from 1993 to today, I've been physician practicing.
So that's almost 30
That's 30
years.
years, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please describe for the jury the nature of your clinical practice.
So my clinical practice is comprised of both inpatient care at Norfolk General Hospital, as well as my outpatient practice at Eastern Virginia Medical School. About 85 to 90% of my day is clinical between the two components.
And what is involved in a comprehensive evaluation?
So in a comprehensive evaluation, in addition to reviewing the historical information that you receive from collateral other sources, you undertake a history from the patient. You get, whether it's the history of current illness, the past psychiatric history, family history, social history, legal, substance history. Then you do what's called a mental status exam, which is the psychiatric version of the physical exam, where you're actually giving a description of what you see in front of you. Then you can do cognitive testing, which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration, etc. Then you come up with a working and a differential diagnosis, describe any other additional testing you may need or not need, and then you come up with a treatment plan.
How many patients have you treated over the 30 years?
Oh, come on.
Quite a lot, probably in the tens of thousands.
And how many patients do you regularly see?
So inpatient is generally about 5 to 8, sometimes more. Outpatients, probably 5 to 6, sometimes more. I should point out that my inpatient work is divided between consultation, psychiatry, and I believe we're going to talk about that, as well as working on the inpatient service. So we'll talk about that.
What, if any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
So when I'm on call, which is on either a Saturday or a Sunday meeting, I have to be in the hospital and around. That's probably an additional 35 plus patients.
How frequently do you treat patients who abuse drugs and alcohol?
Unfortunately, drugs and alcohol are part of psychiatric practice. And so probably 3/4 of my patients have substance abuse problems.
Does this include both legal and illegal drugs?
Yes. Put them both together, probably 75%.
And how frequently do you treat patients who have suffered from someone in their lives who abuses alcohol and drugs?
On a regular basis, like I said, on a daily basis. This is part of what psychiatry is.
Okay. And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs and alcohol, do you evaluate the impact of the abuse on their brains and personal interactions with others?
Yes, substance of abuse, both in the short term and the long term, can affect the brain in terms of mood, behavior, cognition, meaning attention, concentration, memory, ability to control your behavior, as well as your overall level of functioning. It can affect it in the short term, such as alcoholic blackouts. It can affect it by causing stroke, such as stimulants can. And so at the end of the day, it's a rather lengthy list of what substance abuse can do to the human brain.
Dr. Spiegel, how frequently have you treated patients who have suffered intimate partner violence?
Again, it's very unfortunate that probably 50% of my patients suffer from trauma. If I had to guess of those 50%, probably 25% of my practice is people who have suffered intimate partner violence.
And how consistent is that with the national average?
In America, unfortunately, it's about 20 to 25%, depending on the study of women have complained, have reported intimate partner violence.
And how frequently have you treated patients who have perpetrated the intimate partner violence?
So again, in the outpatient setting, I don't see it quite as much, but in the inpatient setting, again, it's a really relative common phenomena that we'll see perpetrators of partner violence. And, they're patients who need treatment too.
And overall, how many patients have you treated who have been perpetrators of intimate partner violence?
Perpetrators?
Yes.
Probably 5 to 10% of the patients I do is perpetrators.
And would you say tens of thousands over the 30 years?
Yes, and leading.
Overruled. Thank you. As part of treating patients relating to intimate partner violence, do you regularly evaluate these patients?
Do I regularly evaluate the patient?
Evaluate the patient.
Oh, yes.
Calls for speculation.
Yes, regularly. I mean, they get the same comprehensive evaluation that I described before.
Are you licensed in Virginia?
Yes, I am.
And when did you first become licensed in Virginia?
1993.
Have you been qualified by courts as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
In how many states have you been qualified as an expert?
3, which would be Virginia, Maryland, and South Carolina.
Dr. Spiegel, can you please review for the jury your educational background, beginning with your undergraduate studies?
So I went to Duke University undergrad. I went to medical school at the State University of New York Health Science Center in Brooklyn, formerly known as Downstate Medical Center.
Downstate.
I did my internship and residency between Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center and Penn State Hershey Medical Center.
And
I'm also fellowship board certified in consultation liaison psychiatry.
okay. And where did you do your residency and your internships?
So I did my residency for Penn State and internship at Dartmouth.
Okay. And what is your current title and position?
So I am in the acting chair, endowed chair, and professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
And what are you board certified in?
General adult psychiatry and consultation liaison psychiatry is a subspecialty.
Okay. So you have 2 board certifications. Yes. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what's involved in board certifications in those 2 fields?
So board certification is the standard
a lot of time.
we strive to in being a physician or any other mental health practitioner. It involves taking a very comprehensive test at the beginning of your career to initiate.
What do you feel about just letting them introduce the CV as evidence
after
and call
10
it a day,
years,
move on?
Then you have to go through continual medical education
If I'm Depp,
throughout
I want him
the entire
to do
period.
exactly what
You have to do what's called performance in practice, which is basically
spell it all
ways
out
to
the jury.
improve
Waste as much time
things
as you can.
in your practice. And again, this occurs always throughout the years.
Now, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I am.
Oh my
you
I'm a
please tell the
member
jury?
of the American Psychiatric
let 'em waste their
Association,
time. Let 'em waste their
as
time.
well as
That's
the
what if I was
fellow
their team,
of
let 'em
the
waste their
American
time.
Psychiatric
Not
Association.
my problem.
I'm a member of the Medical Society of Virginia.
Yeah,
I'm a
except we're
member
sitting
of
here
the,
watching this.
Psychiatric Society of Virginia. I'm a member of the Tidewater Academy of Psychiatry, and I'm a member of the Academy of Consultation.
But remember, this guy's a hired gun.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Teaching? Oh, yeah.
Teaching, yes.
So yes. So teaching is a daily occurrence as part of my job when I do my
What do you think they're going to
inpatient
use a
rounds.
psych for?
Residents, medical students,
obviously they're both
physician
going to get
assistant
something in.
students are assigned.
swinging
So we
heavy,
round
too.
together, and there's teaching with every single encounter. In addition to that, I teach lectures to the
They're not letting
residents,
body language into
to the
to any trial.
third,
It's not
second,
proven
and
science.
first year medical
It's-
students, as well as a fourth year medical student
Body
lecture
language
as well.
is not allowed.
So I'm constantly
Good question, on Jake, man.
Have you engaged in any hands-on training of psychiatrists practicing in Virginia
hands-on training with the residents.
with psychiatrists?
Oh yeah. So again, I'm teaching at bedside. I mean, we don't speak in front of the patient, obviously, but I'm teaching at bedside, meaning after we see a patient, we discuss the important points to learn. And again, that includes residents at every level. That includes medical students,
No.
third, second, and first year physician assistant students.
They only have a
So
limited amount of time.
every
They can't
day
stall.
is a teaching explanation session.
And Amber's
to
team is
the
way behind
students
on
and
time.
residents.
Yeah.
What is your role at Eastern Virginia Medical School as the acting chair? Please tell the jury what that means.
So as the acting chair, you are not only accountable for your own practice, but you
just a
are
waste of time and
accountable
money. That's
for
exactly
your
what's
faculty
happening.
members' practices. So I have to make sure that everyone is treating, seeing, evaluating a certain number of patients. I have responsible for their academic requirements. So in terms of publishing, et cetera, I'm responsible for their teaching assignments to other residents, to other students. I'm responsible for fiscally that they are accountable to their fiscal
At this point,
productivity.
they're like, all right, we lost the case. Let's just go give some kickbacks to our experts.
Meetings that I go to.
Have you published in your field?
I'll try to get one.
To the tune of about 80 manuscripts, and I have my own book on catatonia, the consultation liaison setting. I have a book chapter on the current and current and contemporary approaches temporomandibular disease, at least the psychiatric portion. I'm also in a dissociative identity disorders chapter on a wiki book.
So remember,
And
all these
have
questions are
you
just
peer-reviewed literature?
to say
Yes,
he's an expert.
so I'm a
That's all-
reviewer
everything we've heard.
on, I've served as
He's
a
the best
reviewer
doctor on
on
the planet Earth at this.
Lancet. I've served as a
Now you can
reviewer
give us their
as
opinion. That's what they're trying to get us to do.
innovations in clinical neuroscience. I've served on reviewer for clinical neuropharmacology, and I'm actually editor-in-chief of, at this point, of clinical neuropharmacology.
All right.
Have you lectured on the effects of drugs and alcohol on the human brain?
Yes, I teach to the residents. I teach lecture to the second-year
There's
medical
better
students.
be a payoff for this.
Third-year medical
There's got to be a
students.
major payoff.
So I am fully aware of not only what I teach, but what I see in the emergency room and the consultation and inpatient settings.
Have you published and lectured on the causes and effects of intimate partner abuse?
Yes, I punctured, I believe, 2 articles on the effects of trauma, and in that trauma was intimate partner violence.
Are you familiar with the hallmarks of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what causes intimate partner violence?
One more, excuse me?
What causes intimate partner violence?
There's a multiple explanation that cause intimate partner violence. And if I can just mention at this point too, that when we are discussing intimate partner violence, I think it's imperative for the jury to know we are talking about repetitive behavior over periods of time. And the type of abuse can be any physical, psychological, sexual, but just as important is for somebody, one of the partners, to maintain some uneven element of control or to maintain power, control, or authority. So there are a lot of facets to intimate partner violence. I know people tend to think of it as just the actual abuse act, but there's more to it than just the actual abuse act. Abuse act's important, but it's not the sole.
You know, Amber manipulated the hell out of Johnny
Your
over the
Honor,
course
I
of years.
move to qualify Dr. Spiegel as an expert in the field of psychiatry and behavioral sciences with specific emphasis on drug and alcohol abuse, intimate partner violence, and the effect of these as they pertain to the issues in this case.
All right, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
You wish to voir dire?
I do.
Okay. To his
Oh.
qualifications.
Okay.
His qualification.
Okay, thank you.
So you talked about 2 board certifications, general adult psychiatry.
Yes.
And liaison consultation psychiatry.
Other way around, but consultation liaison.
psychiatry.
Subtle point.
Right. Now, that is not intimate partner violence. That deals with a issue of comorbidity between people who have medical problems and health problems.
So you're saying subspecialty.
Yes.
So consultation liaison psychiatry does have that, but you're also treating patients who have medical illness, who have comorbid psychiatric illness, or people who have psychiatric illness that have comorbid medical illness. And many of the patients that I see on the trauma service have tried to take their own life. And unfortunately, as part of that, intimate partner violence and trauma in general is part and parcel of that. So it's very, very narrow to say it's just the medical psychiatric interface. It's much more of psychiatric patients who need medical help, medical patients develop psychiatric problems, but also
that interface. So as a subset of your trauma patients, which you say are about 50% of your practice, as a subset of that practice, some people have been involved with intimate partner violence.
So as a subset of my overall practice, 50% have suffered from trauma. About half of that number have suffered from, I'm sorry, about 20, so it's about 20% that suffer from intimate partner violence.
All right. You've never conducted any empirical research on individuals who experienced intimate partner violence, have you, sir?
If your definition is trials, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Like pharmaceutical trials, or what are you saying? Is that what you're saying? Because I've done review articles on patients who suffered from trauma. So the answer is, I haven't done any studies like where you give them medication for treatment or try one treatment versus another. I've reviewed the body of literature on intimate partner violence to get two review articles.
This is not cross-examination.
So you
They're challenging
read
whether
about
he's
it,
an
is what you just
expert
testified.
in this,
I would
field.
have to disagree with you on that, sir. Reading about it
I
and
love
writing
what
a
he's
review
doing,
article are completely two different things, sir.
All right. You haven't authored any articles specifically on IPV, have you, sir?
As a subset of trauma, the answer is yes. In terms of in the name of the title of the article,
that's no.
the answer is no.
You've never written any books specifically on IPV?
I've never written any books on IPV, although
you say
temporomandibular disease,
he's not controlling the witness.
in terms of psychiatric issues, does have a higher frequency in those patients who have suffered from trauma, including.
That's kind of okay here, and I'll explain it when there's a break.
Yeah,
and I'm part of that book.
Okay. Temporal mandibular disease deals with problems with the jaw.
Is that a question, sir?
What is temporomandibular?
Temporomandibular disease is a problem with oral issues, yeah, but there are many patients who complain of oral issues where the oral surgeon cannot find a reason for it, and the reason why they can't is because people who have suffered from trauma and intimate partner violence are prone to increased sensitivity of somatic sensations, which can manifest in temporomandibular disease. Thank you, I appreciate that. Nice plug for my book too, thank you.
Didn't hear it, but
he's coming across as an asshole. And that's the whole point of this one here.
You haven't written any chapters of any books specifically about IPV.
Again, I think I've gone over that. I've written 2 articles on that, and I've written parts of chapters. And dissociative identity disorder, I should add, where I did write a chapter on, is completely based on trauma and intimate partner violence.
Right. I'm not asking you about trauma because you want to talk about trauma. I'm asking you about IPV specifically.
I will reiterate again, you cannot separate intimate partner violence and say that is a separate rubric aside from trauma. Trauma is overall, intimate partner violence is part of trauma. And the answer to the question is any individual who suffers from a dissociative disorder, which I am the author of a chapter of, suffers from trauma. Whether it be
he's blowing up the guy's credibility without even having to
the
ask
hands of an intimate partner.
He's letting him blow his own
Right.
credibility.
But you've already testified that half your practice is trauma and a subset of that practice is IPV, correct?
Which is actually, I treat the national average of patients. About 20% of patients suffer from it. And that's about my practice number.
Except you're discounting the fact that half your practice is not trauma at all. So 10% of your practice is IPV.
I don't know if the numbers add up exactly like that.
I'm just using yours.
I don't
came
know
up
if
with
I'm
an eighth,
doing,
but
I don't know if those numbers add up like that because I'm not sure if that's the case. If you say 25%, then maybe 12.5% of my practice.
That's 25%.
Being rather specific. So
20%
again,
was the
a
average.
significant number of my patients have suffered from intimate partner violence. I see it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting asked the same question again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow. What a jerk.
60 references to articles. I guess you said 80 now and publications.
And I said around 80.
60, 80, whatever it is, right?
No, 60 and 80 is not. If you go to the PubMed, actually, you go to PubMed right now and Google, put PubMed Spiegel DR, and you will find that number is 72 with 2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted, so that'd be 75. So I said around 80. So again, what's on my CV is not necessarily the most updated version because I still publish since the CV's been.
What an awful
given
expert
some
to get
stuff.
rattled like this.
Right. And
Yeah.
not one of the 72, 80 articles has IPV in the title, right?
Correct.
Right.
Not one of them has IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
Right. And you've never presented on the topic of IPV specifically.
Nope,
As a function of trauma and as a function of somatic
no, you have
illness,
not.
again,
No, you have not.
I would say to you that it's part and parcel of these illnesses. So the answer is yes, I have. Okay.
All right.
The answer is yes, I have.
Yeah, woohoo, you're
And
right.
IPV doesn't appear in your CV at all.
It doesn't.
No.
If you say it's not in my CV, I will believe you.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are not in my CV that I do. So
Oh my God.
And
I've
you're
had-
not
I've had
associated
clients
with any
like this
professional
who were
literature
defending
on
them.
IPV.
And I've gone back to the insurance carrier.
I'm sorry,
We
repeat
do
the
not
question,
want to go
sir?
to trial
Is there
with this
any
guy.
professional
Everyone's gonna hate him.
literature that you've contributed to relative to IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
the answer to the question again, sir, is that you cannot separate this artificial separation you are trying to do between trauma and intimate partner violence. It is part and parcel of trauma. We don't thread it like that.
Your Honor, plaintiff would accept this witness as an expert on general psychiatry, and with respect to the drug usage issues that Ms. Bredehoff referenced, but not with respect to IPV.
All right, over objection, he's entered as an expert as stated on the record. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
very much, Your Honor.
He
Dr.
did exactly
Spiegel,
what he needs to do
at
there.
our request, what have you reviewed in this case? And just go ahead and give me more.
So
give
it's,
the jury more
it's
general.
a lengthy review, but court filings,
trauma,
psychological testing that was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and
I
Dr.
think she
Curry.
let him in as an IPV expert too, though.
Other
Yeah.
physicians,
Who cares at
medical
this point?
records, physician,
Everybody
Dr.
hates him.
Kipper, counselors and therapists that both parties and psychiatrists that they went to, text messages, depositions, snippets of the UK trial. And I'm sure pictures of physical injuries. So I've seen a lot.
What, if anything, have you seen in terms of emails, audios, videos?
Yes, so I've seen videos of Mr. Depp. I think the video was showing Ray of Mr. Depp destroying, slamming cupboards and breaking glass and yelling at Ms. Heard while having a wine glass in his with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of destruction of property in the house.
Okay. And what, if any, review have you conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure.
All right, so just so you guys know what's going on. So they tried to introduce this guy as an expert in intimate partner violence. The Depp's team, they said, well, we don't believe he's an expert in intimate partner violence. He may be an expert in trauma and drug use, how it affects the mind. They challenged it. The judge, you heard all those questions. The judge then overruled the objection to him as an IPV expert, and now he is in court as testifying as an IPV expert. So obviously, remember, they only have 8 hours left, and that's the issue here. Time. They just don't have a lot of time. So this witness, we're almost, I'm assuming they've already spent an hour for today. So they're probably talking about 7 hours left, and we still have the rest of the day. They still have more witnesses to put on. So, they've invested a lot in these two experts. The first expert I didn't think went well, but the second expert. Also, I will say the guy in the back on this one is this expert seems to be very emotional, and he does seem to get flustered easily. So I want to say, but again, we don't know where he's going with this. So, we're trying to figure it out, but we just don't know. Let me see. Let me read these super chats while they are having their discussion. This one says theoretical physics can also prove that an elephant can hang off a cliff with its tail tied to a daisy, but use your eyes, your common sense. Line from JFK. That's how the doctor's testimony felt. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. Thanks for what you do. Really, I really wake up and say to myself, let me see what Nate talking about today. I appreciate you sharing your knowledge and insight. Thank you so much. Kind of scary to watch these experts weave these positions. Feels like I'm watching politicians. That's true, and you know what that also
Yeah.
shows you too, that all this psychological science and all that stuff, it's really just pay to play, right? If you have $6,000, you can get this guy to say whatever you need him to say. That's essentially what it's saying. If you know, it all depends because they got experts saying the exact opposite. So it lets you understand, what's happening, and whether you can trust these experts that take the stand. Zamar says his position as a trauma doctor who has experience with intimate partner violence presupposes Amber's point rather than assesses her right. Yes, I think he's saying that because she had because this thing is this intimate partner violence is involved trauma is involved with intimate partner violence. It makes sense, right? You get intimate partner violence, then you get trauma. But he's saying he treats trauma, but that trauma that he treats can come from any cause, right? And 12% of the causes for trauma that he treats come from intimate partner violence. Does that make sense, John?
Yeah, I mean, just to sort of clarify what they were talking about, when he's saying about liaison psychiatry, it's basically trying to mesh a medical issue with the psychiatric issue and trying to bridge that gap, which it does not necessarily have to be IPV.
Correct.
Do you remember my question? Did you review the deposition and testimony of Dr. Curry?
Dr.
Curry.
Yes, I reviewed Dr. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, so I reviewed testimony of Dr. Curry. I reviewed Dr. Curry's reports. I reviewed Dr. Curry's testimony.
Okay, and did you review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna watch his jaw.
Did you interview Mr. Depp?
No, I did not.
Did you request to
I
interview?
requested to
Ooh, you're
interview
funny.
Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can you do that?
Here we go
Yes.
again.
Okay. On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence to be consistent with behaviors that Mr. Depp has demonstrated. Two, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use. And I mentioned that including mood, behavior, cognition, functional impairment. Three, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh,
No.
okay. Of psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrate intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive effects, and their functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria that can be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may have used this because I used it twice. There is a whole criteria of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that, because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right? And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone, okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control, right? So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
abuse.
beyond the scope of the question.
I don't. Sustained. Next question.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's
Dr. Spiegel,
I would've
could
let him-
you
I'd have let him
please
continue to go on.
just
I would've
summarize
let him
for the
burn
jury the conclusions you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take you through the specifics.
So in my opinion,
yeah, he like
based on my a review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing experience, based on my teaching experience, that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who's a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Well, I guess nobody cares about the Goldwater rule
Thank
anymore.
you. I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First of all, based upon your review of the record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp used?
So Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use, okay? So we are talking about alcohol. We are talking about amphetamines. We are talking about marijuana. We are talking about cocaine. We are talking about LSD. We are talking about ecstasy. We are talking about opiates. We are talking about prescription benzodiazepines. And we'll get into a separate thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin in Iran. And we are talking about much of the time concurrent use, meaning simultaneously.
Lethal Latin, you're crazy.
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So I think it's patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down. This medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes, but again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on. They're very poor moderators of their own behavior.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Yes, in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included. That both times he said that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So again, let me put one thing clear here. I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen. And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, and inpatient psychiatry. Bad things happen, not because of anything special, except we're all human beings and our brain substance of abuse are not titrated. They're not regulated by the FDA. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know how much we're getting. There is no control over what makes it to our brain. So it is not the actor. It is not the persona. Okay. It is a person just like the rest of us who are human beings who will have these effects. And that's what we all share in common. Everyone in this courtroom shares that in common.
When Mr. Depp was in his relationship with Amber Heard, was he a polysubstance abuser?
Was he in what substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Yes.
abuser?
So
Can you explain to
leaving
the jury
your-
what that is?
Overruled.
Overruled. Yeah, it's an expert opinion.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab on the island, he was.
But how they come to the say that he's a
yes, he did engage in that.
he commits
Did Mr.
DV?
Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
Yes. So if
You cannot make these
nothing
conclusions.
else to
You
look
did not
at,
examine him.
Hasn't examined him at all. I know, but I'm assuming they're going to bring that
Blaustein,
up
psychiatrist
to,
out with Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him. And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So other things that are being tested too. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them. And that is very unusual for a 50-ish year old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. Generally speaking, that age group should be remembering 2 or all 3 of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again,
What?
You don't know that.
I did see in video deposition about having to have questions. I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use disorder, are going to have effects. It is inescapable because we all have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes less, but certainly what we're talking about here is extensive.
What, if anything did you observe from the record evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
So
Objection compound.
Compound is only if it's
Overruled.
Thank you.
So again, in terms of the acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies.
We
Part
don't
of
know that.
Could have been also due to, and I don't know
No,
which
they
movie, please
testified
forgive me
that
about
they would
that,
they testified to that
he
earlier.
actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder to do that.
He didn't say that though.
Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was down. If your thinking rate is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older. I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25, okay? But I'm talking about so slow that when we're trying to move on to other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired. And if your attention span is impaired, your memory is going to be impaired. It is inescapable that that's going to happen. So all that comes into play, and that's what I witnessed in the video deposition. Fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do.
Is your brain impaired?
Trial, that's his
who's
cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober. So I commend him on that. But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
What, if any, observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures of him passed out drunk. and not be able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence, you will see that, and this is linking intimate partner violence and substance uses together. I know we're going to get to that, which is basically if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts. And basically, alcohol decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain to process the memory. You need this brain chemical. So does alcoholic blackouts happen every time? No, of course not. But are they a complication of a use disorder? Absolutely yes. And there was record evidence of that.
Dr. Spiegel, you said at one point alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different types of substances?
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month. We had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine,
especially with this guy's
and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
objection, relevance.
No, don't object. Let him go.
Overruled.
Yeah, let him go.
Combining the two subs together increases the likelihood, even if you don't get what is a major stroke. And again,
nobody cares
of a
what he
major
says
stroke
anyway.
as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect cognition. They don't necessarily have to have severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms, and actually known as a vascular neurocognitive disorder. So
probably right.
And that's part of the psychiatric diagnosis. You need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes without demonstrating physical features. And at a minimal, we know that he was using both substances concurrently, and at a minimum, we know he has cognitive issues that we talked about.
Is he suggesting that Depp was having mini strokes now?
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. What, if any, correlation is there between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
So the risk factors, if you would, for intimate partner violence, okay, and there are probably many of them. I don't have time to go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one,
the ones that get applied to
having
Depp.
someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious. Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three, someone who has rapid and extreme mood shifts. Four, someone who has limited self-control. One of the roles of cognition, one of the roles of our brain, is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people. That's human. We all get angry at people. We all think things about people. The difference is when our brains are intact and working well, most of us don't act them out. Okay? Most of us do not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these negative thoughts don't get acted on. Okay?
Mary, you're right.
So when you have the effects of alcohol acutely, it causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition, losing control and having rapid mood swings. Two, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on them. Even though sober, and I've seen it in Mr. Depp's record evidence, I've seen it clinically, sober, we can contain that. We can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that
waste their
about
time.
40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, improves, I'm not saying it removes it, but improves it, hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, would show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors, combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more.
The
But
jury's got to be in a
inevitably
coma by
will
now,
make
right?
us disinhibited and will make us act out. And acting out could be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence. Okay, with also remembering control is the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ms. Bretterhoff, I assume you have.
I have quite a bit more.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess, ladies and gentlemen. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. We'll be back with you.
I'm sorry.
15 minutes. We're
Sorry,
just taking a break. No, we're just taking a break.
Look at him. He's like, "Can I leave?" Oh yeah, I can.
Oh my God, he's the worst.
So I don't. All right, the first doctor, you could throw him away. He's whatever. He's gone. This second doctor, they brought him on to say it's his professional opinion that Johnny Depp.
All right, let's just take a break till 11 then. And we'll come back at 11, okay?
Thank you.
Intimate partner violence. But he's yet to tell us how he's come to that conclusion. He hasn't told us how he's come to that conclusion. He just said, yes, this is my conclusion. But how he got there, I just don't know. What do you think?
I have no idea. It's total implication. The person who said that you're just trying to equate drug and alcohol use with IPV, it's just entirely innuendo at this stage of the game.
Yeah, well, he's done even, I think, worse than that. I think this what the doctor has done, unfortunately, is he's just saying, if you're a drug addict, it's more likely you're an abuser. And since Johnny's a drug addict, he's an abuser. That seems
that's a logical break, though, because
yeah. Go ahead.
And the other thing that really bothers me with this one is the Goldwater rule, because the American Psychiatric Association propagated this rule, and I think it's Section 7 of their Medical Code of Ethics. You are not allowed, and actually, let me see if I think I pulled it up somewhere.
But just not to hide the ball, you're not allowed to diagnose someone you haven't personally examined.
Precisely. This is quoting from the American Psychiatric Association. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion unless he or she has conducted an examination as been granted proper authorization for such a statement. Period.
Yes.
And he never examined Johnny, so he's talking out of nowhere, basically, in the ether that, in a typical case. But that's not what you're supposed to do when you're dealing with a trial in a specific action. This is propensity evidence almost.
Exactly. And on top of that, the reason why Curry was able to say that she had those diagnoses was because she actually physically examined Amber. So she could come to those conclusions because she did a full examination, where this doctor has never examined Depp. So I'm assuming they're going to bring that out on cross-examination.
They have to.
It could, because essentially it is what he's doing is unethical. Let me call out some of these super chats. And listen, I saved this one. Woohoo says, comical to watch his jaw shimmy and shake after talking about trauma affecting the jaw.
Notice that.
That was I noticed it. I was like, yeah, but that's his thing, maybe. I muted him. Uncomfortable to hear making conclusions about specific acts to fit his findings. Yes. Hope the cross will be good this time. But this guy, the cross, this lawyer they have doing it, he's not really good on cross. So I'm not. I don't think we're gonna have too much.
He hasn't been historically, but we'll see. This is such an easy guy to rattle too.
Yeah. He was rattled just on the
on the voir dire.
Yeah, he just was like, yeah, let me just ask you a couple of questions. You asked me the same question a couple of times, so yeah, I would shake him. Let them object with objections they know will be overruled, just to stall and put this guy off his flow. So he has to start again, clock running. Yes, but no, because you do have to have a good faith basis for your objections. So you just can't object just to object. You have to have a good faith basis.
And the other aspect of it is, who cares what he says anymore? I don't think anyone's paying attention. So just let him go. Let him, rant into the abyss.
Yeah, I would definitely let him rant to the abyss. It's almost not even worth, like this, like I don't think these doctors have moved any part of the needle. It's really
No.
just that they haven't moved any part of the needle. Michael says, "TikTok goes the clock." Elaine's questions, goodbye. TikTok goes the clock. This guy's ramblings are really dry. Yes, and the thing is that this shows you bad witness prep too, because you got to tell this witness like, "Yo, our time is so we're gonna let's try to limit this. Not a lot of into explanations unless you really have to explain a point. But we just need you to get in, get out. What we need." He's giving these long colloquies. It doesn't make sense.
This guy screams professional witness from a million miles away. And, he's an imperious doctor. There's no way you're going to be able to control him. And, maybe he was just a bad choice to put in this role. But,
Yeah, we got 13 minutes left till the trial resumes. Here's another super chat from Germ. This is called Prismatic Germ. Says, could they bring up on cross whether or not, I'm assuming, IPV could be the cause of drug and alcohol abuse in Johnny's case? Yes, but I don't think you asked this doctor that, right? Because
this is the wrong person to do that.
Yeah, so I would. That's not a question I would want to ask him. I would ask my expert that, but
he's going to give you the answer you don't want.
Yeah. He's gonna say no. Usually they're the perpetrator. So that's not the answer I would give. Again, if also for the people, if you have a question and you just want to ask it, you can put a Q in the chat. Super chat's obviously priority, but if you put a Q, colon, and then a question, we'll see if we can catch it if I see it, because I am scanning the chat, and my manager is back here also scanning the chat. Addict equals abuser. Isn't Amber an addict too? Yes. But if you notice, what this doctor was trying to do was distinguish Amber's addiction from Johnny's addiction. So Amber's testified that her addiction is, erratic, right? She uses it sometimes, she goes long stretches, then she uses it again. So that's why if you listen to what this doctor keeps hammering on, this is about repetitive, compulsive, you're doing it all the time, that type of thing. Yeah, consistent. And that doesn't fit Amber. So that's how he's trying to distinguish Amber from Johnny with this consistency. Woo-hoo says, have a great day, the two of you. Woo-hoo! Yeah, well, right now, we're in the middle of their strategy. What do you think about their litigation strategy for this last day? Because obviously, it's all or nothing now, right? So what do you think about their strategy right now?
I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier today, was that the whole idea was, I think they put a lot of eggs in the basket of Amber having good testimony, and this would be like the final nails in the coffin to cut off Depp's experts and, do the dueling experts thing. And if you're ahead, it's a great way to end the situation. But because they're so far behind, I just don't know if they recalibrated their strategy with, sort of the lay of the land of the battlefield right now. I just don't think that they did that. And maybe they already contracted with these folks and they have to use them, sort of a situation. I don't know, but it seems like a waste. It seems like a waste of their last precious hours.
Well, right now, if we just do the math, I'm assuming they've lost at least an hour already by today, right? The two witnesses they got on, they're probably an hour down. So you're now at 7 hours, and we're only at 10:51. Yeah. So we have a lot of time to go, even for today. And this guy who's long-winded, and you want to call Johnny, today just made, they could kill most of their time today, which is crazy.
My jaw almost drops when Elaine says I have a lot more to go with this guy, because he's not doing anything for them.
Well, I think this is essentially what they're trying to say. This professional witness has come to the conclusion, based on his years of experience, that Johnny's the abuser and Amber's the victim. That is where they want to go with this. And that's
but his years of experience and no actual evidence. It's sort of, is this learned scholar coming from on high to tell us what we should believe when we've actually watched a trial?
Yes, and I think that's where I think timing comes on, where they're putting this witness on, because we've heard all that evidence, and I think it's hard to match that evidence with what he's saying, because now his professional claims are fighting against the outright evidence of that we've seen. So
yeah,
this one, AP says mutual abuse, Amber Heard wins the case, right? Yes, mutual abuse, Amber Heard would win, but at least she wins the abuse claims, because that means she was abused. Because that's
what we said. The SA claim still is floating out there.
Yes, We got a question. If he has broken one of the golden rules, can you call him out on it? Yes, that's what John was just saying. John is saying, because what he's essentially done is something unethical. He's essentially saying he's diagnosing someone he hasn't treated, and that's what John read the ethics rules. So I'm assuming Johnny Depp's attorneys are going to say exactly what John said. Hey, isn't this unethical for you to diagnose someone you have not treated? Because he started saying, I asked to treat Mr. Depp and I was denied. Right? So you can't. So that kills any diagnosis. But he's given it to us anyway. So I think that's fertile ground for impeachment. I would
absolutely.
Say. Another question, real quick. Does the time limits include closing remarks? I do not believe. I think this is just for their case and rebuttal. So I do not think the time limit includes that.
I forget what it is. I think she said each of them can have up to 3 hours for their closes.
So their time is for just the case in chief. We need that clock date. Yes. Well, the thing is that I'm not sure how the judge is running the clock. So
I don't know if she's calculating it.
Yeah. So that's the reason, because the judge may be calculating. She may have somebody in the back. So, and I don't know exactly the parameters. Is it just during your questions? How you handle objections and sidebars? So,
right now, count against your time. I don't know.
Yeah. So right now, I'm saying, based on what I've seen, I'm just counting their time for questioning their witnesses and then the redirect. I'm saying they've already spent an hour, at least, right? Yeah. At least an hour. Yes. So I'm saying they're probably down to 7 hours as of right now. And I think that's a conservative estimate based on what I've seen today. But yeah, we definitely need the clock. If I can get one, I'll definitely make one up. Christopher May says, what I'm hearing in this second witness is JD is a drug addict and can't accurately remember what really happened. Yes, that's the cell. That's the cell, right? The cell is, and understand the litigation strategy we have here. Amber's team's litigation strategy is Johnny addict Johnny abuser. When was Johnny abusing drugs? All the time. So when was he an abuser? All the time, right? Now, Johnny counters that with, here's all these witnesses that say when he was drunk, high, and everything, he was never violent. He was never this. He was never that. So that's what they're combating. So now this doctor's saying, I looked at everything, and my professional opinion was he was abusive. No matter what everybody else says, no matter what tapes you've heard, no matter what evidence you've seen, I'm coming to the profession that he's the abuser. That's where we're at. And that's what they want us to buy. And I think that is a losing argument at this time, that Johnny was the abuser and Amber's the angel. Does that make sense?
It requires you to take such a leap with this guy, and it doesn't, because of everything that we've already seen, it just doesn't ring true.
It doesn't make sense. This dude snorting in line right now for cross-examination. Lethal Latin. I gotta stop reading your super chat, man.
That's great.
He looks crazy though. That he looks like Doc Brown from.
Yeah, I saw that a lot in the chat.
I'm like Doc Brown. I'm like, oh, we're going back to the future. So again, when you only have 8 hours left, and we got like another 3 days left. If you think about it, it's about 2 hours per day. Well, 4 days. It's about 2 hours per day. I'm assuming you have a discussion with these experts and talk about the commando raid strategy, right? We got to get in and get out. The long-winded stuff is not going to help us. We need you to be concise. And experts aren't used to doing that. Experts are used to having as much time they can speak and all that stuff. And that's, I think, the problem here is that these experts are used to giving these long speeches, and they don't have long speech time. They have get in and get out. And even this whole bolstering up of their expertise, you do that regularly in a trial. But here, I would just grab the highlights. You're this, you're certified here, just to get in that you're certain that you're this. All this, have you ever written an article, all this? That's too much in the sense of you're wasting unnecessary time to qualify this witness. I understand it may look good to the jury, but if you got something better to get in, you don't need to do that. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. And I think that the issue with this guy particularly, because he reminds me of a particular individual that I worked with. And I think I mentioned briefly, I wrote back to his insurance company saying, this is an imperious guy. We need to settle this thing because the jury's going to hate him. And I can't believe that this guy is an expert witness because he comes across as one, really obnoxious, frankly. Yeah. And two, he wrote all these articles, great, awesome, but that sort of imperiousness doesn't play well.
No, it doesn't. It's, I think he's going to get a little snarky on Cross. So I want to see how that works out. But you're right. It's not playing well, but we'll see. Sophie says, Nate, the lawyer question, will it be a win if they consider JD's abuse as reactive violence? I think it's a win for JD because reactive violence is not abuse.
It's sort of self-defense concept.
Yeah. Great question. Cross needs to take away his credibility. Yeah, well, so I'm assuming they're going to do that with the whole you're diagnosing someone you haven't examined. So of course that's the whole point of Cross is to kill somebody's credibility. Venice says we'd like to get a sample of your brain tissue. You guys got jokes today. Let me read some more of these questions. Is that Jordan Peterson? Oh my God! Look at you guys. Jokes in the chat. Question: do they have to call Johnny if they say they're going to, or can they decide on the fly not to do it? Yes, they can. They haven't called them yet, and they can say we're not going to call them. But generally, you let the other side know who you're calling before, so they can prepare. Because as you can see from the trial testimony we have now, the certain lawyers are cross-examining certain witnesses. So Camille did the first expert, the doctor, where the psychologist, it's always this guy, the older gentleman. He did Dr. Hughes, he's doing Dr. Curry, he seems to be their expert guy, the guy who cross-examines the. And the funny thing is, he's not really that good at it, to be honest with you.
He leaves something to be desired. Yeah. I don't know. I think Camille would have been fantastic if just to rattle the hell out of the guy. I think she could have broken him on the stand almost.
Yeah, I think Camille.
If he got that pissed off at the voir dire.
Yeah, because then that's when the controlling the witness gets a little more intimate and more personal. Like you haven't answered my question. Is that a yes? Yeah, I know you're an expert in psychology. Maybe you can't hear what I'm saying, or maybe there's a mental block. But let me ask it again. Like corpse like that.
He would lose it.
Really get under his skin. Or what are you talking about? Well, maybe since you're an expert in everything, I'm trying to ask you a specific question on just get it right.
Oh, he would go into that. He would go into like the how dare you mode.
Yes, yeah, and that's what you want, right? That's what you want. That's exactly what you want. I would be picking at him all day. I'd be as quirky as possible until the judge told me to stop. He's like, you got to stop. Can someone who got impeached be an expert witness in the future trial? Of course they can.
Sure.
Being impeached, impeachment doesn't mean lying. That means you could be mistaken about what you said before, right? Because if impeachment means lying, then everybody would be, as soon as you get impeached, you got a perjury charge.
Impeachment isn't perjury. It's just what is your credibility?
Yes. And that's what the jury deciding is about, credibility. Here we go.
Are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor, can we approach before the jury?
Okay, sure.
So they're gonna talk about something some more. Let's finish this one up. If so, can the opposing team's lawyers bring up that fact? Well, people get yes, but people get caught out there all the time. So I did you bring it up? Yes, but you wouldn't bring up the person who's been impeached in a previous trial. I don't think you'd bring that up because that wouldn't be relevant. It would be whether what the person's talking about this trial. So, question: were there any findings on the bottle that Amber tossed at the end of the trial? A security officer picked it up after the trial was over. I'm not sure. I heard about some rumor about the bottle and things of that nature, but I didn't say. Let me get the super chat before we get to the thing. Can Dr. Torrey get on the stand and talk about Amber's testimony or no? Yes, she can. She can. She gets because she's an expert, so she can. There we go. Let's see what this expert says now. They should have had this guy like brush his hair or something. It just looks so wild. This guy just looks wild and out of place. Like, you gotta like calm down, guy. Question: will this guy's attitude affect his credibility with the jury? Yes, of course it will.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, your next question. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel,
thanks,
before we
Barbara.
took the break, you were talking about the correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders. Does the literature support your testimony on this?
Yes, the literature fully supports everything I just said through that interaction.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The
Yes.
ones from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and December 14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
So during the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had
No, when
a
their time goes up, they
significant
don't have
delay
they
in
don't have
processing
enough time.
speed.
If their time runs out, they can't.
And
cross.
like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory. All that's going to happen. In terms of having to, the speech process, if you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured by Ms. Bredehoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s. I think probably due to the alcohol and substances.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition? Or,
Yes, or,
okay.
and,
Or any
and
other
other
time?
record evidence either.
So again, I think that under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated, I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he was able to control that. I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that, that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist. And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper,
Pro baller
Mr. Depp
and
is
pushing.
firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober. Okay. And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delay and reward. And certainly one way to make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question about that.
And you may have subsumed this in, but what, if anything, did you observe relating to erratic behavior based on the record evidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, when you talk about erratic behavior, Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where, and I think I made particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied and you have the right to go to wherever you want to go to. But the texting that were involved in this in terms of erratic behavior was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used, the phrases used. Am I free to use some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go for it.
Go ahead.
I can?
Believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay. All right. I want to make sure. Sure, I want to make sure. Okay. So it's something along the line that Dr. Kipper is an effing charlatan. He ought to.
Objection, hearsay.
He's entitled to rely on it and he's to give his examples.
He can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll sustain the objection.
He can't finish,
Yeah.
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the
Go ahead,
exact words?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, without giving the exact words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy. It was, like I say, it was without relaying it, the exact thing. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts, a therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general and he's entitled to rely on it.
You're really close on this.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him. And actually what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was, kind of teaching Amber how to misheard, how to use conflict resolution in a more appropriate manner and learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed. And for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior, much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't agree.
Sustain next question.
Okay.
Let him
Mr.
go.
Depp is 58
No
years old.
cares.
Are the behaviors that you have been describing for the jury, are those typical and age-related?
No, so while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59, okay? I will tell you that the age-related changes that occur in humans are very erratic, hit and miss, meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? And this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So
please
So
explain.
the effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, tardive dyskinesia, et cetera. At least it's a very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label. Physicians have used it off-label to help them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it at high enough doses, it can, okay? And the problem is it also has street value. So it's absolutely used on the street for that downer-like effect. And obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed. So it does have that street value.
I'm not talking. That was
No, I know.
And Dr. Spiegel, what effect would this have on Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
So
thank you.
I think what you're looking at is
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Please continue.
What you will see in
Everything he's
patients who
saying
have
is
substance
speculation.
use disorders
Yeah, the whole thing is speculation.
are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel to knock you out. So basically what these are being used for is I'm going to get up and I'm going to get knocked out. And that's very characteristic of what would be actually legal prescribed substances. That's not illegal at all. That's very legal. And that's the seemingly what these medicines effect are on patients who have substance use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Neurontin?
So Neurontin is actually an anti-seizure medicine, which I think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are unlucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result, but it has a very additive, calming effect that people use it for.
And what effect would this have on Mr. Depp in the dosages he was taking?
Again, I was looking for an objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have the street value of using it with the opiates. The advantage is you're using with opiates, and it's making, because opiates in general, despite everything else it does, are calming. And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin and opiates together unless under significant, strict following, because it can cause serious problems.
He was so
Such
calm
as
that he beat the hell out of Amber Heard.
Respiratory suppression.
Yeah.
And Mr. Depp was also
I don't know where this is
taking
going.
Adderall, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what that impact would have, and particularly in connection with the dosages?
So Adderall is a psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically what you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high, getting energetic. And then the only way to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of take downers during the day, and downers being anything that's calming. So anywhere from opiates, prescription, anywhere from Neurontin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are which are abusable. And so that's what this is going on. That's what the substance use disorder patient has. And it can't be given with someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk for death. You can't be given together.
And what, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy, rapid mood changes, poor self-control, and to some degree, condoning violence to a certain degree. When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting euphoriant effect from cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable. You start getting agitated. Okay, you start becoming suspicious, jealous, potentially disinhibited, psychotic, and these are the risks. And again, we're talking about not your average everyday use of these substances. We are talking about chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend, anywhere from reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So you are, quote unquote, colloquially playing with fire when you are talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire. And that's all of us.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those, did you draw any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead. Unsuccessful efforts, difficulty cutting back, using more than intended, giving up social occupational obligations because this, I know there was right after the rehab on the island in Australia when Mr. Depp went out partying with Marilyn Manson. And
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Actually, that's asking for the record evidence for this.
Yeah.
It's beyond the scope.
Okay.
What other record evidence did you have supporting this?
Psychological, using despite the fact it causes known psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects. And I think that's been pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is very serious stuff we're playing with. And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to the threshold.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, let him go.
This is highly relevant.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
It's beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
Definitely beyond the scope, but.
All right.
Yeah, it is beyond the scope.
Tell me
Let him go.
more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV,
As long as
please.
he wanted to.
Yeah, so again, that you are talking about this and you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to. Okay, when we're thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do. And it's supposed to prevent you from doing this, quite frankly, because it's wrong.
What is that?
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger?
So I think the physician before me explained that pretty well, but I'll tell you that Mr. Depp has a history of self-injurious behavior, meaning cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history of burning himself. I know
That's disputed.
when the actual event happened, there was texting to Dr. Kipper, paraphrasing, not saying exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as a result of that, he said he got so angry, he cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off.
Oh my God.
With or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
That's exactly what overruled. Thank you. Please
Was it
continue.
overruled?
It was overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So that is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients
cross this
do
guy?
a lot worse than that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but I've seen people do
You
a lot
already
worse
did.
than that.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now specifically to intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked certainly about it. But can
dear
you
God.
tell the jury, please, a little bit more about intimate partner violence and what is included in that?
So the APA task force
In a
on
hypothetical.
violence in the family defined more or less this topic of domestic abuse, intimate partner violence, as recurrent abusive behavior by means of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control, it can be destroying property, it can be financial, which is part of that, verbal outbursts, threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it verbal, nonverbal, what's exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Can you repeat the question?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So survivors of intimate partner violence. And by the way, I should start out by saying we don't expect in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've received. So starting with that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors to see substance use, substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of battered wife syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. You are a victim.
Do perpetrators typically seek treatment or counseling?
No. Perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem that intimate partner violence is just hitting. Again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to try to repair what's happening. Okay. But in terms of actual perpetrators, no, they don't do that.
Didn't you just make
In your
everything
review
you
of
just
this
said
case,
irrelevant to
is there
Johnny's
record
case then?
evidence of physical violence by Mr. Depp?
So
Objection, Your Honor.
Would you like to
No
approach him?
foundation.
Do you want to approach him?
All right. So this is getting interesting. This is getting interesting. I don't know why they're wasting all this time. This
You
doctor
have an
is
interesting
not-
definition of interesting.
It's interesting in the sense of what the hell's the litigation strategy here? Why are we wasting
okay,
all this
fair.
time with a nonsense doctor? That's the interesting part of it. This doctor's not moving the needle, right? There's nothing this doctor's going to say that's going to say, "Oh my God, Johnny Depp's the abuser and she should win," right? What are we doing here?
I haven't the slightest idea in my mind. And it looks like they're going to try and drag this guy through lunch.
Yeah. For what reason? I just don't know. Let me get some love to the super chatters real quick. Thank you. Is it illegal to accuse Amber Heard of using makeup to make bruises explicitly? Is it legal? You can do it because don't forget there's a litigation privilege. So, and if she's up there on the stand and you want to say, "Did you do this?" then yes, you're good. When does badgering the witness come to play? Can lawyers accuse? Yes, a lawyer can accuse, but you got to have the issue is you have to have a good faith basis. And badgering means the person answers the question and you keep like, so you sure? Did you say you're fighting with the witness? That's what badgering the witness is. Usually you'll get an answer, but it may not be the exact answer you want. So you'll badger the witness to try to get what you want, the answer that you want. So, but yeah, you can accuse. Again, thank you, Raina, for the generous super chat. And yes, YouTube, they don't like these streams, but it's okay. It's okay. We're fighting against the machine right now. Do you think Amber Heard would be in a much better position if she had never bought the counterclaim? I think so. Well, if she doesn't bring the counterclaim, then I think her position changes, but she doesn't have to prove this stupid counterclaim, and then she has more time, right? The reason why I think they're in trouble now is because they have that stupid counterclaim. But what do you think?
I get where you're coming from. I think that the counterclaim potentially opens up a greater, field of witnesses potentially, and it allows. Do I think it was a right decision to make it? No. Do I think it makes her worse off? Only because they keep pursuing it. I would just let it go at this point. You made the counterclaim, and it's really tough for me because I want to make jokes about Elaine all day, but I really feel like Amber has been the one running the show here more than the lawyers, which is just weird to me. Because I can't imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine a lawyer making some of these strategic moves unless the client was really insisting on it.
Especially with the time limitation, because we're almost 2 hours in right now. You almost lost your 2 hours for the day, and don't forget you got 4 days left. So if you're already
and they've accomplished nothing with this guy.
Nah, you guys' guests are as good as ours because I don't know what these witnesses are doing for. Just saw this tweet from, I'm not sure, Goldwater Depp. Does the home know that this guy has escaped? I'm trying to see if I can see Joe and the rest of them inside the crowd. But somebody thought they might have seen Joe, but I'm still looking for Joe. Necrotic says, so now he's basically just said we are all IPV abusers. We just hold back. But if we have a drug problem, it automatically means our IPV abuse comes up. That's essentially what he's saying. He's making the strong connection. There's a difference between correlation and causation, right? The correlation is abusers are more likely to be people who are abusing drugs. But that doesn't mean people who are abusing drugs are abusers, right? So there's a correlation between the two, but that doesn't mean one causes the other. And I think and to be fair, the majority of abuse of drug abuse of people who abuse drugs don't commit IPV, right?
Absolutely.
That's a minority of that group. But in terms of IPV, that's 50%. So that's what. So they're playing with the numbers here, and he's trying to make a causation argument when there's really only a correlation here.
But he's also doing something very strange, where if you take everything he's saying at face value, that use of drugs leads to higher levels of IPV, and the control aspect, and then victims also might use drugs as a coping mechanism. Couldn't you literally just flip the parties and it would still be true?
Yes. You could just literally flip the parties and it would still be true. But again, that's him downplaying Amber, right? He was downplaying Amber's drug use by saying sporadic drug use does not lead. So he's saying sporadic drug use is a correlation, not a cause and effect, but constant drug use is a cause and effect. So that's how he's trying to parse. He's trying to walk that fine line, but I don't think it wins.
$10,000 a month in wine is not exactly a small drinking habit.
Raina says, I'm on lag.
What have you reviewed that correlates?
I got you. We're gonna get back to this one.
The risk factors for IPV that related to Mr. Depp.
So risk factor I reviewed that correlate. So starting with I guess we'll start with the physical because that was the question that was put out there. What I have reviewed has demonstrated pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently, Dr. Spiegel. Rather than giving the summary of what that was, what did you review that correlates? In other words, did you review witness statements? Did you review depositions, photos?
Yes. So what I reviewed was in terms of witness statements, Dr. Kipper's notes. Very, very interestingly, actually, early on in I think it was 2012 or around that time, circa 2012, 2014, Ms. Heard was
Action beyond the scope of the question.
It is
What you
beyond the
reviewed
scope.
is the question. All right.
It
Let's
is.
see.
so I reviewed so Ms. Heard's.
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's answering, go ahead and answer what you reviewed. Please continue with what you reviewed.
Therapist's notes, counselor's notes, text messages, depositions, video, pictures.
There's no question.
Psychologists' notes and evaluations. And I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
So it says psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone with the main purpose of, again, to maintaining control. So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression include insults, intimidation, by holding things financially against someone, jealousy rants, property destruction. So all that is involved, a nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that. All that is involved in psychological maltreatment and intimate partner violence.
What if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Yeah.
Section leading.
Overruled.
So yeah, I'm trying to control someone's career. That would be under financial, trying to mistreat someone, especially someone wants to succeed and trying to have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment. That's another example.
So I'm going to ask specifically about the risk factors for intimate partner violence. Is substance abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes, it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
And what record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
So the record evidence of, I'll just start with Dr. Kipper and the substances that Mr. Depp was using and misusing, both in terms of prescribed and on urine drug screen, were brought out through that.
They're literally just using this guy to bring up
Is lack of
cumulative evidence.
behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any, record evidence were you aware of that Mr. Depp had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening.
Objection. Record evidence.
That correlates with, and I'm on the risk factors at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Threatening, destroying furniture, property, breaking things, writings on walls, mirrors, writing in blood on furniture. All that would go with that.
Okay. All right. And what, if any, risk factor is narcissism for intimate partner violence?
So a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder,
we want you to get into that.
Categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
He's explaining the narcissism.
Well, I'm glad I know where he's going with
I'll
this.
sustain objection if you
Okay.
ask a question.
Can you explain to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control, okay, rapid mood shifts, okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power, they worship control. They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them. A large sense of entitlement.
Oh my God, he's literally describing Amber.
Yeah.
Anything else? Need for praise. So
Yes.
that would go under
Keep going.
narcissistic personality and IPV.
Give me more.
What, if any, what, if any, traits
I'd
would
have wrote
be
those
requiring admiration? Would that fit into it?
I'm sure that he is.
Yeah, oh yes, requiring admiration need to be admired as part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder.
Oh, I'd be right.
Elaine,
Would-
you're
would being
killing
envious
yourself.
fit within that?
Yes.
Fragile self-esteem?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And what,
Wow,
if
this is
any,
amazing.
record evidence do you have that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic?
Well, I do think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed him, Ms. Heard owed him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Thank you. Go ahead.
The fact that Ms. Heard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that. I do think the jealousy aspects are an example of that. I do think, as I think Mr. Tillett had testified that, being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that to some degree this whole trial is that.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Yeah, that is absolutely
That's
outside of
not
his area of
record
expertise.
evidence. Speculation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
That this whole trial in terms of narcissistic insult is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we
He's
be?
able to explain what
I'll
he's.
sustain that objection.
Yeah,
Did he
because
write
going
the
into-
Vogue article?
Yeah.
Can you explain what you mean by this whole trial?
Your
This
Honor, can we
proceeding will go,
approach?
the,
Because
this court case we're going through.
There's an objection, sir.
I like it. He was still trying to go into it. This is how I can get it. Let me knock down some of these super chats. This is Rita. Thank you again for your generous super chat, $50. New sub followed you from Legal Bites. Love your commentary. I'm sorry YouTube demonetized you. Thank you so much for that, and we really appreciate it. And Raina came right back again and says, I'm on the lag watching from LA. Why is Amber Heard's forensic experts?
Well,
come
what
to the
other
stand
conduct
to commit
is in the record
our
evidence that
careers
correlates with
to their
Mr.
professional careers
Depp
is beyond me.
being
Oh, wait.
narcissistic, having those traits?
Like,
Was the thing about
Yes.
the trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
Your
you're
Honor.
not allowed to say that.
Not say that. Okay.
Okay.
You're 100% right.
The only
I
other
don't
thing
know why
about
they want-
narcissism that I think in terms of the trial would be in order
they're getting
to
paid big money for this stuff.
maintain any
So-
sense of control, a narcissistic person really has to have lack of empathy, because in order to engage in behaviors that quote unquote are used to keep individuals in control, you don't really think about the other person. You're not really caring what happens to that other person. So I think that's another facet.
So are attitudes accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
What a dumb question.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not uncommon, especially
Listen,
during
chat, do this.
especially during
Imagine
the
he's
calm
talking about
phases of
Amber.
the abuse cycle
Everything
where
fits
there
with
is
what
no
Amber did.
increased
Think about
tension,
it.
there is no acting
Exactly.
out. Okay, you are talking about more of the honeymoon apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness,
Remember, I'm sorry.
telling them
I'm
how
sorry.
you're going to change,
Remember?
maybe giving them gifts. And then
The knife,
when
like the knife?
the dust settles later in the day, a day or
Yes.
two later,
Mhm.
it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim,
Your fault, Johnny.
saying
We
that,
heard the
hey,
tapes.
this either denial,
This is
this never
amazing.
actually happened and trying to make it look
Deny what
bad,
happened.
or an allopathic defense where
They're using their
you
time
instigated
to
it,
give an
or
expert for
altruistic effect,
for
where
Depp's case.
doing it for you, transformative effect, that society kind of accepts this. So it is very uncommon for all of a sudden for that to start shifting
Bringing Amber and all her
during
friends
that
into
time,
penthouses.
because it is during the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in treatment. But beyond that, the ability to kind of quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends, the law. I mean, the very ability to do that is part and parcel of that calm, charming phase where it looks like the victim is, just fabricating this.
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, I mean, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses are the allopathic defense comes along with victim blaming. That's what sense you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you
Randy,
made
you're
me
right.
do.
He's an activist.
Yes.
And is there record evidence that you reviewed that correlates with Mr. Depp
In the
engaging in this
courtroom.
type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant was going to be the need for sobriety. Coming back to that severe
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I think he's trying to explain it. Thank you. Please continue.
the severe substance use disorder. And many of their arguments, but what I reviewed in the record, stemmed around Ms. Heard's desire for Mr. Depp to maintain sobriety. And that was happened. So as a result, she was blamed for, bothering him in a way he didn't want to be bothered. And that triggered what was going on.
Are you familiar with the term gaslighting?
Oh, here we go.
I'm familiar with the term gaslighting.
Okay. What, if any, gaslighting is consistent with intimate partner violence and the risk factors?
So again, when you start being able to be, when a person starts to be able to be manipulative and charming, you start to be able to win people over. And especially when you see someone who's a victim who is essentially vulnerable, emotionally labile, okay? You see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you who's very charming, very engaging, very personable. And then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim is just was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
Is there examples where an intimate partner violent perpetrator claims that the victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
How common is that?
That's very common. Again, that's part of that is very common in the occurrence of the honeymoon phase and the calm period of the abuse cycle. very common during that time, where the victim, were they shifting the blame or anything along that line. That's very common for that to happen.
And you indicated that you reviewed some audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you review there that correlates with Mr. Depp attempting to claim that Amber was the one?
Well, I think that was what was said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't understand the objection.
That's
What record evidence?
Overruled. Thank you. Please continue.
You just said what was said.
So that claiming that Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario. And what I will reiterate again is that, one, victims are imperfect, and two, it is not uncommon in the context of being a victim when you know that person is about to proceed or relapsing to a substance or going to a substance, and anticipating what's going to happen, that you anticipate the next mood and start initiating self-defense. But by and large,
excuse all her
that's
stuff.
not what's going on here.
Okay.
By and large, Mr. Depp, behavior.
Objection, Your Honor.
Behavior was consistent.
There's an objection, sir.
Oh, sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right. We can move on to the next one. Is prior victimhood of abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And what?
So
Go ahead.
there is something known as intergenerational theory of violence, which is basically along the line of observation, imitation, reinforcement. So you observe a behavior that occurred in childhood,
That's
you
what I would put
imitate
in.
it when you
This is
see
the guy
that
we
there's
got.
no
She gotta take some
significant
break.
negative consequences, but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would. So that theory is, interestingly, it applies to not only the victims, not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of abuse that are not abused, but they're the victims of abuse.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner
This
violence?
is Doc Brown.
So warning signs would be increasing the tension, escalations of tension. So that's when you start seeing, hey, partners getting angry, okay, starting to break down the communication, starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats. Victim concedes due to this tension, and that leads you to the actual act. So these acts progressively build, and then they occur.
What, if anything, have you seen in intimate partner violence about apologies and promises?
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. And, the victim wants to believe it's going to work. They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this. And as part of the abuse cycle, it ends up, as I should say, in the calming cycle, like I said, the victim tries to get some help to try to resolve this until the tension buildup phase where something bothers them. So again, it could be bothering someone about substance abuse. It can be bothering someone about finance. It could be bothering something about your career. Anything is liable to build up tension when you have this framework of limited self-control and erratic, intense mood shift.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review that reflected Mr. Depp engaging in these warning signs, including the apologies and the promises?
I think that was almost routine, that after it was all said and done, that he would apologize for letting this monster out, letting this anger out, almost routinely. And there's very well record evidence of that starting as early on in the marriage. in therapy for Ms. Heard. So
how about the previous 4 years?
That's very common and very much occurred, recognizing what happened. And the other part of this is, again, when you can recognize that when you're sober, even short-lived sobriety, when you could recognize that things are better, things are happening better, life is better, then even that should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't use can be resolved.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater rule. Can you explain the Goldwater rule?
Oh my God, Elaine's doing it.
So the Goldwater rule is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s, because I was too young to even follow politics then. So please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what's happening is clinicians, psychiatrists were making these quote unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to comment about what they think their diagnoses are. And therefore, it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Does it have any applicability here?
No.
Objection.
Why not?
No foundation.
He was explaining what the Goldwater
You want to
rule was.
approach?
Yeah, but she's right though. You can't. This is essentially boistering, right? She's trying to say stop.
Yeah.
She's trying to say he's not doing it, but you're not allowed to do it until he's attacked. So she's trying to get ahead of it, but in general, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to kind of cut it off and challenge him with it and before he's attacked on it. Because again, you don't know if the defense is even going to bring this up.
If they don't, I'll be shocked.
Yeah.
And again, even if it's not illegal, it's a rule of ethics. It's still a thing. You know, it's not, nobody's saying that it's illegal for him to do it, but it's still unethical for the reasons why the rule exists in the first place.
Lethal Latin says Doc Brown is completely looking at the jury, he's not buying it. I don't think it's going to be hard. I think it's hard we're not buying it. Think about us, right? We're here, we're not buying it, and we're listening to every word he's saying. The problem is that I understand where they want to go with this, but the biggest issue I think they have to overcome now is that Amber, like, she's already given her testimony. If you gave me this before her testimony, then maybe we would be somewhere. But since I've already had her testimony and her cross-examination and seen all this evidence, all of this, it doesn't make sense because I can apply it to Amber more than I can apply it to Depp based on the evidence that we have.
And we can't be the only ones thinking that. If we're thinking that, then the jury, at
Dr.
least some of
Spiegel,
the
do you
jury has
remember
to
the
be
question?
the same.
Yeah.
Does the Goldwater rule have any applicability here to your testimony and your conclusions and opinions?
No, it does not.
And
for
why?
Multiple reasons. One, the basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things on what you evaluated of an individual, what you've read about an individual. So if I'm not allowed to comment on records or charts or information that I looked at, expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater rule, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Just, you don't make a diagnosis. More recently, I think that's even more recent, we've had examples of that. So you don't make diagnoses like that. This is not the case here because like I said to you at the beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professionals and their evaluations and their treatment course, video deposition, picture deposition, court filings, emails. I mean, I reviewed a whole lot of things that directly describe Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr. Depp to.
Oh, yes.
Give an
And again,
Objection leading.
Overruled.
so to be fair, for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly. And both times, Mr. Depp and or his lawyers decided that that wasn't going to happen.
Okay. And in fact, the court did not require Mr. Depp to.
No, and the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo this evaluation.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, these opinions that you have offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Oh, thank God she's done.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison.
Collects spores, molds, and fungus.
Sir, I'm
me.
Wayne
Oh,
Dennison.
here we go.
We haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on it.
Denied
I
them.
don't think
Yeah,
the court
denied them.
proactively did it. You kind of had a
Denied
motion to them, right?
No, when Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what
He's
happened, my
flustered
understanding
already.
of was
I
that
would
you
kill
all
this
did not
guy.
want him to undergo one.
Flustered. He
They
flustered.
petitioned for it. The court said
Flustered.
no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said
He's an easy
no
punching bag.
to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, that's what I said. The court did not require it, right?
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was,
All right.
Uh-oh.
Elaine does not like where that's going.
Yeah, see, the problem is that Depp's thing was not at issue. Amber said she got PTSD specifically from Depp. So that's why she put her medical, so that's why the court could order it. For Depp, he never did
All right,
that,
so
they can't do it.
the last thing you talked about was the Goldwater rule.
yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule.
Yes or
And
no?
yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
And you know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule, so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specific, say about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well,
Exactly what I read, folks.
Let me
Read the
read
rules.
this and see if you're familiar with it.
Finally, it's like it's cross.
It is
guy gonna get a
unethical
good
for a
cross?
psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it
No,
directly, I will
that's the
believe
rule.
you.
That's the
Okay.
rule. All right.
However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony without direct evaluation.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to lead.
And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact, contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you're reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who is publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Not true.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're
Shut 'em up,
reading
shut 'em
that,
up.
then
That's
I
what the
have
rule
to
is.
believe you're not misrepresenting it.
This is good.
Get him.
And I would come back
This
to
is
you
good.
again.
This is good.
Then
This
this
is good.
whole thing on expert, we might as
You
well
gotta- you
get
gotta-
rid of all the expert witnesses we've had
you're
throughout
breaking
all
the
the
ethical
time
rules because
for
you
court proceedings.
want
Because
to,
then
right?
you're saying
This is where you
is
gotta
unless
hammer 'em
a
in.
court orders it, and that's what you just said,
That's
the
what
APA
the
said,
rule says.
then
That's what I
therefore
said.
expert witnesses cannot do
you're
an
violating the
evaluation
rule. That's
based
what I
on an
was saying. You
observation
gotta
of the
hit 'em.
medical
You're
records.
violating the ethical rule
Insurance
because you
companies
want
cannot
to.
do evaluations solely based on the medical record
That's
with our
ridiculous.
doctors.
You let them
hit
go
'em.
too long. That's the
Professional
problem. You need the
opinions.
staccato.
So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have is null and void.
I'm not
That is
saying
garbage.
Yes, you are, sir.
Hold on. Let's
No, you are.
Give me a second, and I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying and what I am reading to you is a rule by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the
No, that
branch
doesn't.
of
That just
forensic
means you got to get
psychiatry
permission.
would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
Yeah. My first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during the deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that, but regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure.
He's not controlling the
What
witness.
I'm saying to you is
No, he's
that
not.
the Goldwater rules say we cannot do any expert witness
I almost think it's okay to let him
testimony in our
rant.
field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA.
No.
Secondarily,
Yes or no?
So the answer is no?
Secondarily,
So the answer is no. Keep saying
secondarily.
it. Say
Again,
the answer is yes
in
or
order
no.
to not
Push
My
him.
question.
we wasted our whole morning
My
because there was an
question.
expert witness before me. There's an
My
expert
question.
witnesses,
Yes
everyone
or no?
brought it.
Yes
So
or
all
no?
I'm saying to you,
Did
that
you
means the
violate the
whole
Goldwater
field of medical legal law is corrupt
guy
and
is
unethical
saying you gotta-
for engaging
What's he
in an
doing?
act that the APA
Let him
clearly says
rant. I don't
we
care.
should not do. So if you're saying that,
He looks
the
like a
answer is
lunatic.
yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
My question. Like,
You're
you gotta-
agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
Yes or no?
Again, I am saying
Yes,
you
they
are
would.
saying that the whole, I'm an expert witness. I am saying
Yes.
as an
So
expert
you have been
witness,
unethical.
and solely as an expert witness, that guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater rule. And we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
That was
public
initially for
figures.
press, yes.
But, and the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents, it's not public figures, it's individuals.
Funny, it was named after the, according to
Hammer
your
it
logic,
down.
if you don't
Hammer
put
it
something
down.
in a title, it's not true.
Hammer it
That's what you
down.
told me this morning, I believe,
Hammer
at
it
my
down.
intimate partner violence. So what I would
Hammer
say
it
to
down.
you then
Let him go. He's
Sir.
gonna blow
Is
up.
that
Let him go. But I
if
would
you
hammer
say
him
this
down.
about an individual, again,
Keep bringing it back.
any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again,
I'd let him rant the entire time.
that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying.
Yes.
This is what you are. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me. That unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it could not be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that's what the rule says. It's not what I'm saying. Not just expert law, right? But also managed care and applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Hospital duration of hospitalization stated.
Ortho, where you're looking at X-rays.
So
you're talking about somebody's mental state.
Tell me where you want me to end this.
Well, why don't we talk about what you just testified to? Because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether, under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them.
That's for them to decide. No, let's go to the next question.
You are unethical. That's not everybody else. You, because you're a
psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking examination and, where applicable, collated or collateral information. You'll agree with that?
I believe I said that
so bad. Yes. I wish I could cross this.
And it's a departure from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation
I forgot.
in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice. Correct?
What makes you so special?
Again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatry is not a diagnosis of that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis.
And
ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which
are
not
professional opinion.
Diagnosis.
So it's not professional opinion.
But an evaluation,
you're making it up.
If I was going to treat a patient
not opinions,
or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
I would kill this guy.
I think started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe you just keep going.
Professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that.
No, you
but
are
I'm
wrong.
Sure you did.
You are wrong.
And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV nor substance usage, nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony, you are saying I acted on under the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to proceed that expert witnesses are unethical, based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think
you are being
it's fairly obvious.
Based on the rules, right?
Go ahead.
It is fairly obvious.
These were your words. I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
You got to keep hammer them.
Let's start with the easy question then.
No.
Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy.
Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. Getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions.
Okay.
Let's bring him to a contempt charge.
You are not rendering any
right here.
diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
Oh! Boom! Boom!
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, or I would say traits. Certainly, from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes. And
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances?
No, let him go. He said he's
you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
Oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the use of the substances.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis of probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, but when you say provisional diagnosis, you know that the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors
that are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. Yes.
You got it
right.
with this, yeah.
And did you testify in deposition that the existence of traits as opposed to the disorder doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct saying. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
All right, how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that one is has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IPV. Again, you're not allowing me to answer. You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on is behaviors and traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. And Mr. Depp, narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can focus on the question I ask you, and we can get an answer that's addressed to that question. Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV, yes or no?
Yes.
And you previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes.
That's incorrect.
You didn't testify to that.
A cluster B traits.
That's a diagnosis.
Which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which include cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality falls under, is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No,
let me be more precise then.
Okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said.
Asked you a question.
What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, I asked the question. You'll see that cluster B traits.
It's too hard to understand.
I didn't say narcissistic per se. Cluster B traits.
That would drive him up a wall too.
Where narcissistic personality disorder is part of.
Asking you questions. Maybe you can't
are
hear
risk
me.
factors
Do you
for
need to be read
intimate
back,
partner
read
violence,
something? Can you guys
part
hear me?
and
Can
parcel
you hear me?
uniformly true.
Maybe you don't understand.
And I'm not sure. The thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Honor. Yes.
So you want to talk about cluster B, so let's do that for a minute.
Like, Your Honor, can you please
Borderline
just answer the
personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder
Yes. Bring it back
is a
down.
risk
Yes.
factor
Yes.
for IPV.
Less so.
Yes.
But it
Less so.
it's good.
Less so.
It's
I mean,
cluster B.
it's a risk factor, but less so.
It's yes or no.
Less so.
So it is.
Significantly less so.
All right.
Not significantly less.
So which traits under narcissistic, before I move on there, there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who
Amber.
you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? Who? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Only one
Do you
person-
understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurt or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question?
Which was there's only one diagnosis of, Ms. Hurt was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing. So therefore,
That's it.
all I can say is
Yes,
that
I
they
thought you
are.
could
cluster B
comment on the
traits,
testing.
and I'll tell you what
Yes.
they are. And by the way, I
Yes, they are,
testified
right?
this before, which
They
was
are.
that one, I don't expect perfection from my victims.
Your Honor.
2,
I got
absolutely there were
responsible.
cluster B traits Ms. Hurt had. Absolutely. Ms. Hurt
doesn't
had.
have
Given
control.
that
He
you've
doesn't have
testified to it before, let's move
Yeah,
on
don't
to
argue
a
with
new.
him. Let the judge control him because the judge
All
is
right.
going to jump in.
You indicated in your opinion today that you thought, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the
Don't
AMA's
argue with
rule?
him. Control him better.
Yeah,
But
control
he's doing
him
well.
better.
But
Under
you got to
doing-
control him.
You're saying the AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing valid with someone you did not see. And I'm
Thank you,
I'm
Andrew.
questioning, I'm asking. So you are talking about expert witness testimony.
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I
Okay,
don't
great.
read the rubric.
We
Okay.
can move on. You don't know the rule. All right.
That was good.
You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you use as a baseline?
A baseline for processing speed?
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What was his baseline?
What is a baseline for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his
That's a
process
stupid
speed is
answer.
certainly not
Oh, this is a stupid
slow.
answer.
I've seen him do
Yeah.
commercials.
This is a
His
stupid answer.
process speed was not slow.
It's a stupid answer, yeah.
At deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony here?
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did
Got
an
him.
apology ad with Bad Dog.
This is a
No
quack.
delay in process speed. I've seen him interact
This
with the
guy-
media
if this guy
regarding
was
to
a
that.
better
I saw no delay in
cross-examiner, he
processing
would've
speed.
destroyed
All I'm
this
saying,
guy.
let me
He's
ask you
not-
about
he's
pirates.
not doing it. He's
You
not.
compared pirates to the to the depositions given in
Then
this case.
then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke.
You lied
You
again.
didn't make the
You lied.
comparison.
Yeah.
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I
Oh, yeah,
I
he's
may
not
have said that I
yes,
misspoke.
Andrew.
I apologize. I misspoke.
Okay.
I got.
Nate, I would give anything to put you up.
Because you know
against
you
him.
can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But
But you
I
can
wanted to
do-
get him
but
back,
as an
though,
aside, you
because
can
you said that
judge
he had an
someone's
earpiece.
processing
They were
speed
telling him things to
at
say,
any
right?
time. Like
He was
I'm judging
acting.
yours right now.
So
you're
you're
judging
judging
mine.
his
We all judge
acting
processing speed
as
as a
real
baseline.
processing speed when somebody's
but
talking
we
to
know
him in
about
his
it. And
ear?
I would say your
Is that
process
what you're
speed right
saying?
now
that
is
what you're-
not slow.
That's it,
So
right?
I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying to you.
This guy doesn't know what he.
Yeah.
It's like
So, but no.
I know.
any of
It's
Mr.
such a,
I would be all
there's so
over
many
him.
missed opportunities here.
In movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
What, right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you?
What?
You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were
Come on,
comparing
man.
his processing speed?
You're losing the plot.
Look at his face.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have
Yes.
to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, did it happen? I didn't see Willy Wonka, and I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, or whatever it was about. No, I did not.
All right.
I just, the problem here
You'll-
is that
wait,
so
you
much
made
fertile ground
a
here to
very
kill
kind
this guy.
admission, I think,
not-
early on in your deposition, that you're not.
I know, it's just,
claiming to
it's
be
so
a
many
better
missed
actor than
opportunities,
Mr.
which
Depp.
again, it's easy to say it's sitting in
That's correct.
our living rooms, but
100%.
All right. But with respect to
Even though you're trying to
acting,
give him a good show right now.
you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts
there you go.
and work on the
Now, this is
language,
where you go.
diction,
Yes.
timing
Yes.
of their
Yes.
dialogue as part of
Yes.
that rehearsal.
If you say I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no
So
idea
you've
what
made a
goes on. now.
diagnosis and don't know
Okay,
anything about what's
but
going about it?
You don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse.
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay.
He's got a good flow, but he doesn't have.
During your deposition,
He's not closing the door.
what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition. Why?
Oh, I think. Okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the. Probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back.
He's totally
Okay.
biased.
And what
He's
I
out.
thought
He's
it was
done.
related
Those he
to
calls
was
him
if you're
William,
coming
that's
to
it. He's done.
some deposition,
That's it.
okay? And again, I'm thinking back. So you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition,
The doctor's office.
video deposition that he gave, and he took it overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do
Yeah,
a
this guy got
major
big
thing
exposed.
or a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words "so I mean he's an idiot" are mistranscribed.
No, I'm sure. Again, if I said it in that, if you just read one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you. I don't.
Yeah. Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't rendering professional.
Is it a
Yes,
psychiatric
go with
opinion?
this.
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
How
now
is
the
it
Goldwater
followed?
rule
I
matters.
just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a.
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion.
Mhm.
Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice describe people. In my practice, no, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition, and if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I
You know
said
nothing
it,
about
it
him,
was an
and you're
idiot
giving
in planning,
professional
which is what
opinions,
I
right, for
meant
people who
to
don't
come
know
across.
nothing.
That's the reason why.
All right,
Yes.
so
you know nothing.
you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me
It's time to get
that
out of this
it's
stuff. You've destroyed the
probably
guy
a
enough.
good
I don't
idea
think you're going to get anything
to
better.
think
so.
about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding.
The problem is he has
before
a good
answering.
flow, but he doesn't take the kill shot.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay. I believe the thing was
But
in
you're not
terms
on
of,
I'm sure you have a job after this.
Yeah, you're not the
walking
lead
out
in
of
the movie.
treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
It's a bad question.
Yes.
It's a bad question.
Yeah, it's a rough question.
And that's what I said. Yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls, I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
All I said.
And you derived this without ever once talking to the man.
Me directly talking to him. Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked
No,
to him.
I've never talked to him.
Right. And this exam you gave, well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing.
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia for Alzheimer's, but has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, he didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam. Out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory is 3.
It's starting to lose.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory. Only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive. If you score 27 and 30 and you miss 3 points on memory, that would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if
He's
Mr. Depp
asking
was
about
high.
what you said 5 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
And again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory, which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions, but short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But an answer.
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol, and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol.
Nice.
Is that right?
Oh, I'm agreeing. Well, I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know one way or the other how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You rely on tests that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini-mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini-mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So,
wow, what a jerk.
Let's talk a little bit about this word you kept using, correlation. You know the word, right?
Yes.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
Exactly what I was saying.
Yeah. No, they're not.
You guys come here and heard me say
correlation
exactly the
is
same
consistent
thing.
with causation means direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
But lung cancer, for instance, smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you've made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that.
Mm-hmm.
Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
A 0.05% chance of what, sir?
Of eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
Right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No. Again, risk factors tell us nothing except that they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's what it tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right. IPV can occur without substance abuse.
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV.
Again, Absolutely. But again, you are saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substance. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
and that's equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's medical.
The answer is yes.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So there are significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV?
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, though, right? So we're talking about people
wait a
who
minute.
don't.
Isn't substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factor?
Oh, yeah. You know, other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
Okay.
But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have,
70%.
the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically,
Now, what I would do
that might.
is give them all the
Right,
Amber
so
Heard
we're
stuff.
talking about individuals here.
as
You
risk
either
factors.
have lung
That's how I would
cancer
do it.
or you don't,
So
right?
That's how I would close it.
If
I
you're
would close
smoking,
it with
right.
giving because
You
Amber has
either
all the same
commit
risk factors.
IPV
I would
or
throw
you
it all
didn't.
at him.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't.
Throw all
Right.
Amber's risk factors and let
So
him say no, she
you
doesn't have it.
Took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse
I wouldn't even attach it
generally.
to Amber's name. Just
And
laid
you
out
wanted me to talk about the
facts and then
the
say,
disorder.
oh, this is Amber, right?
I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder,
Mhm.
and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
Yes.
So
that's true.
along that line,
Right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
Enjoy, Sean.
Where's he
Thank
getting
you.
these numbers from?
There are
I don't know. I think it's just
more
popping them out of his head.
close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder. Correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are if you're asking me there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies, say yes, so studies say that has not been absolutely definitively correlated.
No.
Absolutely not.
Yes, agreed, Barb. He doesn't know, and that makes his testimony biased. I think he.
Oh,
might be
don't
done.
end there. Come on. You got so much more to do.
MDMA. What is it?
That's correct. It wasn't a question.
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote unquote normal dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated. So,
but the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's
good point, Lane.
Again,
yeah.
At low dose, you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an adaptogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warm to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal. Right. So that's not well-being. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of
Nice hit.
MDMA?
That's because of the Amber said she took.
What if you took, and again, you don't know
Amber
what
said
it's,
8 to
it's
10.
very hard to say.
Yeah.
You don't know what it's, what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with. Okay. You can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. So what I would say to you, again, because
Doesn't know
substances of abuse are unpredictable, they
He
are
just
not
impeached
regulated. No one knows what they're going to. No one absolutely has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic and tactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the sympathomimetic, increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine, something we talk about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either.
He's a slave to the page.
Other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination. 8 to 10 MDMA tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel.
Nice.
That one
Yeah, because he was on MDMA.
puts you to
supposedly
sleep,
when he
right?
cut his finger off.
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp
what you
talking
said.
about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel can it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon. And the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. Absolutely know that for a fact.
Right, but
So are you
my point
insinuating
about
that he was
this is
buying
you
off the
made
street?
a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxicodone. Does that count?
He's not even
Because
answering his
that's
questions anymore.
also probably not a good thing. Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean
I
that
think Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that.
So why?
Correct?
But why do you?
No, I shouldn't be asking that. We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing. Unfortunate, but uncommon. Not uncommon.
So
he has no control.
Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off label.
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off label.
When used off label, it's used. I can be used sleeping agent. Yes.
Right. So Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this in this trial where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree. But I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
Agreed.
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's its used
What's
for?
its indication?
I mean, its indication is for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does, but it's chronically used off-label for pain. It's used off-label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, 100%.
Right. And you made reference to a picture. There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay.
You're wrong.
You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he uses an earpiece.
I read that, yes.
Earlier.
Okay. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
No.
It was music, not line?
Yeah.
It was music.
So if
You
Mr.
idiot.
Depp is listening to music rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, and that
No,
may
you
have
don't.
been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it
No, you
was
don't.
music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
It's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention humans actually are not very good at. I'll put that out there.
But
in general, not just Mr. Depp, in general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledge that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about that.
And you don't
Lost
know
control.
how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
But yet you use his acting to make a medical diagnosis.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing
Yeah,
about acting,
there's that.
you testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit.
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I
he
could
was
be wrong.
not fed
Maybe
his lines.
Hollywood stars
So you
get
base your opinion on false information.
earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But
he
like
was
you
not
said,
fed his lines.
I'm just judging it on what
You gotta
I do with
close that
lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
I said, if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right. I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece, as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire.
No, he doesn't.
Now that you know that he wasn't getting fed lunch through the
Yeah,
earpiece, it was
but
music.
not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to
He
believe. I
doesn't know
didn't
how to
say
close the door.
I said I
It's
find
just
it
because
hard
you
to
find
believe.
it hard to believe.
That's all I said.
I don't care what you
Yeah,
believe.
but
Let's talk about the
what you
evidence
found hard to
used at
believe, sir,
trial.
was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what I have been. That's what I read, and the court review.
Where did you read it?
Yeah, that's right. And you know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Who cares?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
Oh, no, I used the past tense. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I will concede to you. I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you
So
100%.
this
If that
the
is the
point.
standard
This
and
is the
people
point
have
that he
done
was
that
explaining
acting,
there.
then
So
I
you know- all right,
apologize
so
and
let me
that
make
was
it very
wrong on my
clear.
part.
You know
If
absolutely
that's the
nothing about acting.
standard,
That this
I'm
is the
wrong. I
standard,
don't know.
right?
Exactly.
And
So you
you've
have
made
no
a
idea what the hell you're
diagnosis
talking
about it.
about.
So you don't know what the hell you're talking
Let's
about.
go with
That's
that.
how you close
No
the
further
door. I want
questions.
you to
All right.
help.
How long is
And then be
your
done.
return?
A bit. You may want to take.
All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch then, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do
Oh
not do any
my
outside
God.
research. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody, okay?
Let me knock down these super chats. This expert was flustered. He served me up on a platter. This guy, this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes the attorney doesn't know how to just close the door on this stuff. This should have been, this was an easy cross. This was such an easy, I just don't know why this guy didn't.
So let's come back at 1:55 then. All right, is that fine? All right, 1:55.
All right. This was such an easy cross. It was such an easy cross. I don't know why this guy. Oh my God. Let me read through some of your super chats while we're here. This was so frustrating because there was so much there that he could have gotten. So much. All right, let's start. Hobo Jim. He's having an I'm the science guy type of moment. I am science type of moment. Smart guy is angry because we don't get him. Not saying that is the case, but it looks like that. Yes, Hobo Jim. I don't know what this guy's problem is. He doesn't want to be challenged, and he's trying to avoid being pushed. But the cross examiner, he's such a nice guy. He's like, give a speech, and you know that's just not supposed to happen. So I got that same vibe from him too. Let me do this first. All right. So it says, just got here. Why is Christopher Lloyd, Doc Brown, saying he doesn't know anything about acting? I don't know. He does look Christopher Lloyd. Bill Reed says, this was very subtle chess. I don't know why I can't. I don't know why I can't read. I really got to take these glasses back. Don't go to Lens Crafters because that's who sold me these glasses, and it is impossible. It's like it's getting so bad for me. But anyway, Johnny's attorney just had an expert witness admit that he has violated the Goldwater rule. Yes, essentially that's what he's admitting. He's violated the Goldwater rule. I'm headed back to Lens Crafters because it's funny because I was reading an affidavit yesterday, and it was like I had to take off the glasses to read it. It's like I don't know. Don't go to Lens Crafters. I am not giving them a good review because my old glasses were so much better than this. Question at Nate, has Johnny's stroke history been proven in court? No, I don't think they've talked about his stroke history. Maybe he has, but I don't remember hearing about it. Brain Dead Kira says, had a stroke at 41, now I'm 43. I'm not sure. A sip, apital, and peroneal lobes broken. So I don't know how to pronounce it, but what is it? Pertile or priat? I don't know. I'm not good with these, but lobes broken. The doc insisted I was fine before my scan. Still don't know why I had a stroke, but it wasn't drugs. This doctor is sinking fast. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your stroke, though. Oh, that's tough. But I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why the doctor's going into the stroke narratives, but we'll see. I just don't know. It's weird, but we'll see. The doctor has a lot more left. He is biased. An expert witness could provide an expert opinion, not dodge and circle around the answer. Yes, but the thing is that he's trying not to just provide expert opinion. He's trying to provide a diagnosis for his expert opinion, and that's where we're getting into. He's trying to see, you're not allowed to diagnose, you're allowed to give an opinion, but he's trying to diagnose and call it an opinion to try to avoid the Goldwater rule. That's essentially what he's doing, and that's what he's being called out on. My therapist says my narcissistic personality disorder causes me to believe everyone wants me. I think that's just her way of coming on to me. It's a good joke. I like it. Bill Reed says the expert might as well be Tasha K, an expert on Cardi B forensic mental health. Yes. Nick says, maybe I'm wrong. Pick up on that. Go with it. He just casually admitted he doesn't have faith in his own judgment. essentially he did. But the problem that I think this doctor is getting is that I understand what he wants to do, but when you unravel it, it all falls apart pretty rough. His testimony is testimony on undisputed facts that he's getting categorically wrong. Could they just move to strike his entire testimony? They can, but I think the problem here with this doctor is that he's made a lot, and that's where I think you have to, especially with professional witnesses. One of the things that you have to do is you kind of go through the process of how they've come to their decision. And this doctor came to his decision, and think about it. He's saying, I've come to my decision that Johnny Depp has cognitive issues. And how did I come to that decision? Two ways, right? I watched his old movies and saw the way he was acting in movies. Then I saw the way he testified in the position. I said, okay, well, that means that he has cognitive decline. And that's why they said, well, that doesn't make any sense, right? Especially if you're saying he's being fed his lines. If you're saying he's being fed his lines, then that doesn't show anything. And he's like, well, the fact that he's being fed his lines shows me he's cognitive decline. So he was trying to trap him with that, right? The fact that he does this shows cognitive decline. But on the flip side, then it was kind of like, well, that earpiece that you used as proof that he's showing cognitive decline, that doesn't make sense because he wasn't getting fed the lines. He was honestly just getting fed music. So while he was doing his lines, that then so that is how it's like, okay, well, since he wasn't being fed his lines, then that blew up his whole reason why the cognitive decline didn't matter, right? It's like you're saying your evidence for cognitive decline is this earpiece, but now that you know he wasn't, because he was being fed lines, and now you know that's not true. So that's where I think the cross-examination was going, but I don't think he made that point very clear enough. You know what I'm saying? He didn't hammer that point home. And it was just so much fertile ground here on cross-examination. I think the lawyer just missed, because again, especially when you got somebody who's willing to fight with you on cross, it's easy, just lay it all out. And the last thing, something that I would have done, right? The way I would have attacked this is I would have literally taken each one of Amber's, like all of the stuff that Amber has done, the line, the histrionic, all that stuff, her actual diagnosis and everything, and just laid it out, right? Well, doctor, you said this, you said this, you said they sometimes say the other person abuses, you say they do this, you say they hit the other person, you say, so all that stuff the doctor was saying. And so when Amber punched Johnny, that's this, right? When Amber said it was Johnny who did this, that's what you're saying. When Amber said this, and just lay it all out, and then and then at the end say, so Amber is a purveyor of intimate partner violence, right? Based on she checks off all the boxes, and then try to let him squirrel his way out of that. That's where I think I would have went with it, but it's difference of approaches. Again, it seems like the cross-examiner in this case, this guy is, for me, he seems to be, he's a nice guy, right? He's the one that's going to let the witness answer and all that stuff, not knowing that we're in a little battle here. And I don't think you have enough time to let this witness just pontificate for an hour or two. I think I would have hammered this witness. I would have hammered him hard, and I would have made sure that this witness didn't get off the stand without being crushed. I'd have tried to crush him.
And welcome to a very special For the Record, everybody.
So that is. So also, my man Joe is in Fairfax. So Joe, for those of you who don't know, Joe Good Logic is in Fairfax, Virginia right now. So he is there, and he is. Hopefully, I can get him. Hopefully, I'll see if I can get him on. But he is in the courthouse. He went down yesterday. So AG says it's weird to watch a B- cross get an A+ answers. That's true. That was a B- cross. I'll say that was a C cross. But I think he got what he needed, and I think they spent way too much time. That should have been a commando raid, people. You get in, you get out, you call it a day, and you let it go, right? It should have been a commando raid. He made it into a conversation, which is okay. He asked some really bad questions, like give a speech, and and all these open-ended questions, which were not the right questions to ask. I don't know why he did that, but again, he did what he had to do. But I wouldn't have been that long. This would have probably been an hour cross, maybe. We'd have struggled, we'd have fought, but then I'll let this guy go. Glasses is no line bifocals. Get a flat top bifocal. I never needed one, but now I'm probably going to need one. I never needed one. I think my old glasses broke, and I've never had this problem, but these new glasses are, I might need bifocals. I've been fighting it because I don't want to be an old man, but yeah, it is what it is sometimes, unfortunately. Let me get this one. This is Candy Cole. This is really painful to watch. There were so many wasted gotcha moments. Yes. Do you think he should have dismissed the witness so early? Well, if they were going to lunch, I don't think this cross-examiner could have gotten more, because I don't think he knows how to get more, right? That's just, and again, that's just my opinion. I don't think he knew how to get more. I know they want to address every single thing previously brought up. I know, and that's the, and I want to make it very clear. That's the brilliance of cross-examination. You got to know what's on the table, what you serve and what you don't serve. And I think he was trying to serve everything, but then it was like, everything, we don't need everything, right? We just need to hit a couple of points, right? The diagnosis is all messed up. That's one point I want to hit. And Amber actually fits the diagnosis better than Johnny. Those are the 2 points I would want to get at. And like a commando rate, I'm getting in, I'm hitting those two, hammering those 2 points down. Your opinion is all worthless, and Amber fits the opinion better than Johnny, and I'm out of there. But he wanted to fight, so we got this. But let me get the next super chat. Here we go. Alexander says he is biased. An expert witness should provide an expert opinion, not dodge and circle. Yes, we read this already, but yes, thank you. I think I agree with that 100%. Glasses, bifocals, yes. Sorry, gotta move these old ones out. Nate, question: how likely do you think Camille would have gotten him held in contempt? I think Camille would have done a better job, because Camille knows how to control a witness. She wouldn't have let him go on those long speeches for forever. You just no, you're not going to do that. You're going to answer my questions, because that's why you're here. You're here to answer questions, not ask me questions. Like when he asked the question, I'd be like, that's great, but you're here to answer my questions, not ask me questions. So here is my question. Question for Nate the lawyer. Can they switch who cross-examines? Can Camille come in and close it out? No, they have the one rule. So what you'll notice is that on cross-examination, direct examination, one attorney will be making the objections, and the attorney that's making the objections will be the same attorney that does the cross-examination, because the judge says it's one attorney per witness. So one person does it. But that's a very good question. Sorry, let me move this one out and get this next one. $5 from Bill Reed. I saw the I read this one already. Why did I get this one back? Barely Strong says this might have been some 5D chess on Depp's team. Give Heard's team a lot to cover on redirect, so they burn the rest of their time. That's true. That's you know what? That might be, especially if you think this witness is the witness is going to get you to the promised land, right? Yeah, I agree. I think you're right with that. I think you're right. It would be a very good tactic, but I think they wasted a lot of time on it themselves, though. So, interesting. I'll check it out. Let me get some of these questions that are popping up too. Hold on. I want to get your questions, because I know it's funny. I was what somebody said, like, Nate, you don't get the non-super chats. I'm like, no, I'm gonna get non-super chat questions too. So if a lot of people like to come in with, so if you don't have any cash, don't worry. We'll try to get your non-super chat questions too, as we've been doing on stream. So, and I appreciate, even if you can't. This is a conversation. It's good. It's good that we can be here and watch this together. I'm Nate Ortiz. Check out War by Parker for glasses. They're excellent. I'll definitely check it out. Thank you. Question 8. If they would have used the those gotcha chances, do you think Elaine would have just written it off? No, this guy is important to their case, right? They're trying to establish Johnny bad, Johnny abuser, Johnny drug addict, everything. Everybody says he is. That's what they're trying to establish, and that's what this witness is there for. This witness is there to say Johnny drug user. That means Johnny abuser. That's what this witness is for. So I think they're putting a lot into this witness, thinking that he can turn the tide for them. It seems that because he was allowed to dig such a deep hole, Elaine thinks she can fix. Yeah. But I think they've put a lot of their case with this. I think a lot of their case unfortunately, is dealing with this. It just is. I feel bad for them, but it just, I know what they're trying to do, but they're fighting against so much. Think about what they're fighting against, people. They're fighting against the clock. They're fighting against the other side. They're fighting against their client, it looks like. So with all that stuff just hitting back and forth, what do you do? It just doesn't make any sense. But this cross-examination should have been better. And just let's do this just as a mental exercise. If you contrast Camille's cross-examination of that doctor to this cross-examination of this doctor, really think about what you saw. The differences. When Camille's doctor started going off the rails, doctor, my question, control. That type of control you need, even for expert witnesses, right? No, you're answering other questions. You're giving long speeches. Strike whatever he said after yes, that type of thing, right? Because you want to keep this person answering your question. Camille would have been done so much better with this witness because this witness wants to fight you. Listen, no, I'm not going to let you answer because you're going to answer my question, right? When they ask you a question on the other side, you answer their questions. Now I'm asking you questions. You want to talk about something else? No, answer my questions, and then they'll ask you questions so you can, do whatever you need to do. But that's the goal of cross-examination, I think. And this guy, it's sad to say, the attorney they have on cross-examination of this last witness just didn't do it at all. And a lot of the time, and think about this, a lot of time that was burnt on cross was burnt because this guy's giving long speeches for like 20 minutes. It's like, no, stop him and say, that's not my question. Carl Weber says for $10, a lawyer is like other professionals. You can't improve your skills unless you get in there and give it a go. I'm sure his colleagues will critique him as say you could have done better. Oh, no. But I do want to be clear. I believe I would have done better because I would have been all over him. But we also have to do this. Style points work because it's also about the witness and the attorney. A lot of times, witnesses, especially when you're doing cross-examination or examining any witness, sometimes it's style, right? Some attorneys got, I've seen trials where the cross-examination and direct examination were great. They were fantastic. And the lawyer, his style worked with the witness. But then I've seen some massacres. So this one, I think, unfortunately, this was a bad witness for this lawyer because this lawyer, it seems to me what he wants to do, he wants to help the jury. He's trying to make that logical leap, right? He's trying to connect those dots and make it so the doctor, you're being unethical. Doctor, you're doing this. But he does it in such a way where, to me, again, this is for me, the overall point he's trying to make on cross kind of get lost within the mud because it's so all over the place and it's so long-winded and it's so unprecise. Where I think Camille, he's on this point, I'm opening the door to, you said there were bruises on your back. Here's the picture, no bruises on your back. Then we're on to something else. This was kind of like, it was just so much going on at one time. You didn't really know where he was going. So that's what. So I don't know how effective the jury found this cross-examination, but I didn't. It was effective in terms of making it money, but I don't think it won the case. I think if anything, them have the value that they got now is that they have to come back and rehabilitate this guy. And that's the value of time. Because again, let's not forget, we got about 4 hours today left. And if they're coming back in, they're going to rehabilitate him and call somebody else, which we assume they're going to be Depp because they said they're allegedly supposed to be calling them Depp. So I don't know what they're going to do. It's going to be interesting. Let me go to this question. Nate the lawyer, is it me or does it feel like Heard's team is using their final time as a pseudo closing argument? Yeah, essentially. Let's get the expert to hammer home Depp is a user abuser. They know they're done. Yeah, I think so. I think it's kind of scorched earth right now. But again, what can you do, right? I think they're in a horrible situation, and I think they know that this is not looking great for them. I don't think this is looking great for them at all. I think they know. Alexander says, is it possible he actually knew what he was doing? He let this guy rant, and at the end use hold on, let me read this again. Sorry. Is it possible he actually knew what he was doing? He let the guy rant and at the end use the thing he said against him. Seemed like it to me. It's possible, but again, the problem with these elaborate schemes on cross, right? Where you're trying to get, you're trying to kind of help people figure it out. It's tough because these are regular people on that jury. And all right, so, and this is something even I do here with this channel. So what I try to do is generally with the law, it's very complicated and it gets you to the point where, it's not common language, right? Because we as lawyers, we want to make it like, we want to use fancy words and all this other stuff. And that it's great if I'm at a law school or if I'm at a conference, but with just regular everyday jurors, that just doesn't work. So as a lawyer, I have to I'm the bridge between the two, between the academic legal sense, the professional legal sense, and just the everyday sense. And I think if you're able to bridge that gap in questioning, like Camille was doing earlier, she'd be able to bridge that gap with the questioning where you really didn't get into the whole technical details of what he was doing, but you got into the contradictions and things that didn't make sense, and you're in and out. That's what I'm assuming this guy did. So you're right. I think that's what he was trying to do, but I just don't think he was done it effectively because it's not about, I'm not arguing whether his plan was bad, but I just don't think he effectively laid it out so this jury could easily see it. I think you'd have to kind of do a lot of work, and I hate to make anybody work to get my point. I want you to get my point easy, right? I don't want, if you have to start thinking about if I made the right point or not, or if you're saying I might have made one point and somebody else thinks I made another point, that's wrong. I want everybody to know exactly the point I made. So that's why when Camille talked about that dress on cross-examination, we all know the point she was making. You had no bruises. Here's a picture that you had no bruises, but you said you were in a violent assault. That's, again, just making it easy. Earth Scholar says Depp attorney made some good rebuttal points. Yes, I agree. But should have made those points much sharper. And that's essentially what we're all talking about. Because I think we all agree he made good points, but I don't think we all agree that the points were effectively made to just make it easy for us all to understand. So that's my gripe. But again, was it a win today? I think it was a win. I would go in as a win. Can I sue Elaine for making me what if anything phobic? Yes, I am phobic to what if anything. Now, it's the cure all for any question in court. And can Johnny win some of the case and lose some? Yes, my prediction. And this is probably going to be the last thing before I end the stream. So just to get, I'm going to try to just go to lunchtime today. I might be back if I have enough time, and I'll be back and cover the afternoon. But right now I got to go get something to eat and relax. So I'm going to close down the stream, and we'll be back. But yes, it is more than possible. Johnny can win part of the case. He can win. He can actually win on the some of the claims. So there's three claims that he's going for. The first is the sexual assault, which I think he's going to win. And then two claims depend on abuse, which I think is up for grabs. So the one that said that he sexually assaulted Amber, I think that one is a live claim, and I think he's essentially won that claim. If the jury, if I'm on the jury, I'm voting he's won that claim. There's two other claims that about abuse where I think is up for grabs, and I think that's what they're attacking. They're trying to attack those two abuse claims, but I honestly think he's likely going to lose the abuse claims, but he's going to win on the sexual assault claims. So it'll be a split victory. So I think he will win on one of the defamation claims, but he's probably going to lose on two of the other ones, which is good enough though. Only thing he needs to do is win on one, and he's won his case. So, and last super chat: do you think Depp's attorneys dislike Heard's? No. That's not the way it goes. I've been in some vicious legal battles with some lawyers from the other side, and after the case is over, we shake hands and like, all right, you got me today, and have drinks and all that stuff. It's nothing personal between the attorneys. It's only personal with between the clients. Like for me, it was never personal. Were there some attorneys that hated me? Yeah, there's attorneys who hated me because I had a good case, and I was gonna get the most from my client, but most of the time I've never taken anything personal. I've had attorneys say some pretty horrid things about me, but it's fine. It's like, it's still part of the game. So, well, listen, guys, I'm going to get something to eat. You guys have a nice little lunch break. I got a video dropping in like 2 minutes. So enjoy that. It's about the rebuttal case and everything that's happening here. And if you guys don't forget to like, share, subscribe, do all that great YouTube stuff so I can stay afloat. And I hopefully will see you after the break, or if not, I will see you. I'll be either on Legal Bite stream, Nick Decatur stream, Viva Farai stream. Like, I'm gonna go and do the circuit to go to those other guys' streams. So you guys can check me out there. Hopefully, I'll probably stop at Viva's stream a little later today. So with that said, I'll see you guys hopefully a little later today. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. Watch for this video to drop. Peace.